Good morning, everybody. We're gonna start. We have almost everybody. I'd like to call to order the November MTA Board meeting, which is being held jointly with the Metro North Railroad and Long Island Railroad Committee, New York City Transit Committee, Bridges and Tunnels Committee, Finance Committee, and Capital Program Oversight Committee. We are again conducting this meeting remotely via Zoom and conference call. Governor Cuomo's Executive Order 202.1, which has subsequently been extended, suspends the open meetings law requirements and accordingly any provisions in the MTA bylaws regarding public attendance at meetings and board members participating and voting by phone are also suspended. Now I'd like to ask our General Counsel, Tom Quigley, to do the official roll call for the record. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board members, I'll now do the official roll call in alphabetical order. When I call your name, please verbally indicate your presence and make sure that your microphone is not on mute. Chairman Foy is in attendance. Commissioner Albert.
Present.
Commissioner Barbas.
Present.
Commissioner Borelli.
Present.
Commissioner Brown.
Present.
Commissioner Calisi.
Present.
Commissioner Cortez Vasquez. Commissioner Cortez Vasquez. Commissioner Fleischer.
Present.
Commissioner Glucksman.
Present.
Commissioner Herman.
Present.
Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Lacewell.
Present.
Commissioner Law.
Here.
Commissioner Lynn.
Present.
Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Mahaltis.
Present.
Commissioner Mojica. Commissioner Mojica. Commissioner Samuelson.
I'm here.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Here.
Commissioner Tessitore.
Here.
Commissioner Zuckerman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Tom. Later in this meeting, agency presidents and staff will submit procurements and actions for a vote. Your presence at this meeting and silence at the time of a vote will be considered an affirmative vote for the record. If you would like to vote no or abstain, please state your name and your vote. We will now move into our virtual comment period. As in the prior months, speakers were able to register on Monday and send in their comments. We'll play public comments now for 30 minutes and make the full public comment video available online.
Good morning. We have 17 members of the public registered to speak today. The first 30 minutes of public comment will be delivered at the board meeting, and the remainder will be posted online for the public and board members on Wednesday, November 18th. I'd like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Thank you for your patience and understanding throughout the virtual public comment session. Councilmember Udanis Rodriguez.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you all board members of the MTA, starting with the chairman, Pat Foley, and everyone, especially all the voices that have been fighting for the improvement of public transportation. As I have said before in the previous board meeting, I want to re-elaborate today that we have a big responsibility to get the leaders that we have at the city, the state level that represent us in Washington, D.C. to continue fighting so that the MTA will get the stimulus package. As myself being the chairman of the Transportation Committee of the Council, as everyone knows, I always advocated for the city to increase contribution to the MTA. And as I also has as the MTA leadership to also find different way on how to bring more transparency on how we use the resources and also how to reduce costs. And I've been advocating for the MTA to look at the rail yard that we have throughout the 5 boroughs and work with the private sector and the public-private partnership to develop in those areas so that we can use those facilities to build affordable housing, to bring economic development, and also the MTA to get an increase of the revenue. We know that the capital plan, the 2024, is in risk right now. We need to be sure that we get the financial support for Washington, D.C. And I would like to ask everyone to please work together so that the MTA get the support they need in order to maintain the financial support that is needed. But also asking the MTA to please, let's work together to reopen the train services at midnight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Daglian.
Greetings, I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. None of us are so naive as to believe that the election of a bona fide transit user will result in instant salvation, although we can hope that our future is so bright we'll have to wear aviators. But riders can't wait until Inauguration Day for relief. This month's meeting will include the release of the dreaded and dreadful Doomsday Budget Plan, with unfathomable service cuts, unaffordable fare hikes, and untenable layoffs, coupled with a devastating halt to many capital projects. The next few months will be daunting and downright scary. We're staring into the abyss. It doesn't have to be like this. With the election over, Congress can take immediate action to pass a stimulus package that will stave off fiscal disaster for the MTA and support state and local governments. We also urge them to extend the MLF through 2022 to allow the MTA to borrow more slowly, with lower interest rates, longer terms, and an increased borrowing cap. Congestion pricing must also be a priority. Ideally, we'd like to see a January 2021 executive order for a categorical exclusion. This makes the most sense given congestion pricing's ability to reduce traffic congestion and promote transit use while addressing the MTA's financial challenges and promoting economic activity. Calling for an environmental assessment would also pave the way for the next steps. The green light will mean billions and benefit riders with better service, increased accessibility, and reduced delays, all while adding jobs. Riders are benefiting from the MTA's ongoing innovative advances, and we thank you. Earlier this week, Metro North introduced features to its train time app, like those on the LIRR, that allow riders to see how crowded trains are. Such ongoing and impressive updates provide commuters with the technology they need to improve their confidence in their trip and in the system. Bravo to the teams who continue to work to instill confidence in riders, getting them back on board. We urge Washington to make the same commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andy Quito.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Andy Quito, and I'm a member of Passengers United. I'm calling here because I talk about the upcoming budget gaps. Ever since we haven't heard anything from the state or the federal government or a plan to bail us out, which is going to affect many riders here in New York and in Connecticut. You know, it's Metro North territory because of lack of funding, but we need to save our mass transit. You know, it's the lifeblood of New York State, and nobody's helping us. It's just completely unacceptable. And we're gonna now we're gonna get into the situation that happened last night on the Long Island Railroad in Metro North, because there was a storm last night and service was suspended for over an hour on the Long Island Railroad Metro North with no shuttle buses. Absolutely nothing. And also this past weekend, there was no shuttle buses for Carl Place, Westbury, and Bethpage customers. Why? Because you guys don't care about those areas. You just don't care. Because that's why I'm demanding a clean house at the MTA, because you guys don't care about the middle of the island. And they're only having 2 shuttle buses doing the run between Mineola and Huntington this past Saturday is just unacceptable. The buses were crowded. There was no social distancing. It seems you guys don't even care about the health of the passengers. And I look at the committee, but there's going to be more work on the main line for the next 2 weekends again. And it probably going to be the same thing. No shuttle buses for Carl Place, Westbury, and Bethpage. Bethpage, there's no nice bus. Carl Place, Westbury, the N22, N24 bus is not that consistent. It's not. And then what happens if you travel overnight? You're completely stranded. That's all I gotta say. Please just change the plan.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Anthony.
Greetings, MTA Board, Jason Anthony from Passengers United. This month, I'm calling for the resignation of Patrick Joseph Foy and Sarah E. Feinberg. Why I'm doing this? Because I had enough of their inaction throughout these months. Sarah, we know that you have a Twitter account. Why is it that you, every time that we try to contact you, you ignore us? But you respond to certain people, but not us, the writing public and activists. Why you ignore us? And that's why we questioned your performance last month. Obviously, you ignored our question, and that's why this month we are demanding you to step down. Patrick Joseph Foy, why is it that you only serve a certain demographic in Long Island instead of serving everybody in general? That's why we demand you to step down and let other people to do your job. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Foss.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss, and I'm the Senior Research Analyst for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable state government, including for authorities like the MTA. reInvent Albany continues to work with transit advocates, the MTA, and our congressional delegates to press for billions of dollars in federal COVID emergency operating assistance. Also of great importance is for the federal government to provide clarity on congestion pricing as soon as possible, so the program can be implemented quickly and billions in much needed revenue can flow to the MTA. Congestion pricing remains as important as ever for the future of the MTA and the New York City region. Unfortunately, no one knows exactly when and how much the MTA will get from the federal government, but the MTA does know roughly when it will run out of operating funds. We believe the MTA board, which has a fiduciary duty to the MTA and under law essentially owns the authority, should tell the public when cuts could become necessary. It must be more transparent about how the MTA plans to deal with its massive operating deficit. We hope this week's board presentation includes multiple scenarios for closing the MTA budget gap, including full emergency aid, partial emergency aid, and borrowing from the Federal Reserve's Municipal Liquidity Facility, or MLF program. For all of these scenarios, the public deserves to know exactly when the drop-dead date for service cuts and fare hikes would be, and exactly when the board will need to vote on any changes. We emphasize that the board should have a say in any mid-year adjustments to the MTA budget, with public votes on any changes to service and/or fares. The public stakes for service cuts and fare hikes are huge given the hit that New York City has already taken to its economy, and the board, as fiduciaries of the MTA, should have a vote on any mid-year changes. Regarding the Federal Reserve's Municipal Liquidity, or MLF program, we thank Senator Schumer for asking the Fed to extend the program beyond 2020. A longer borrowing window would help the MTA borrow as needed rather than the maximum $2.9 billion this year. The board authorization being put forward today would allow for incremental borrowing should the MLF be extended. We ask the MTA to work with Senator Schumer to make this change happen and further improve the program with lower rates, 5-year bond terms, and an increased cap. The MLF is not a substitute for direct emergency aid, but can support the MTA with a low-interest bridge loan as it weathers this crisis. We would also like to remind the board that a short-term loan from the Fed cannot be an excuse for the governor to not provide dedicated funds. These must flow without any withholdings and not subject to 20% across-the-board cuts. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nick Cifuentes.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Nick Cifuentes, Executive Director of Tri-State Transportation Campaign, a nonprofit advocacy and policy organization fighting for sustainable mobility in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. As New York City faces a second wave of COVID-19, the damage from the first wave continues at the MTA. Ridership is still dramatically off from normal, and reductions in fares, tolls, and taxes mean the MTA continues to operate on a shoestring. Transit advocates have been pushing for 6 months for the federal government to act by approving emergency relief to the states and cities and to provide $32 billion in relief for public transit authorities nationwide, including up to $12 billion for the MTA. These funds would help prevent a death spiral in our public transit systems and stave off disastrous service cuts and layoffs. We will continue to call on the White House and Republican Senate to pass these desperately needed funds during the lame duck session of Congress. If Republicans only move forward with the so-called skinny stimulus, we call on them to include transit funds as part of COVID relief, keeping in mind that transit is the key to the region's economic recovery, as well as to curbing dangerous greenhouse gas emissions. Meanwhile, the state and the city should continue to advocate for congestion pricing as part of our own local solution to the MTA's funding needs, as well as to prepare for an onslaught of cars once offices in Midtown reopen in 2021, as a vaccine may now be on the horizon. Unless we want New York City's recovery to grind to a halt in endless gridlock from cars flooding into white-collar workplaces, we must prepare now. Governor Cuomo should seat the Traffic Mobility Review Board immediately. The city and state should push the new administration to approve congestion pricing in January. Meanwhile, in lieu of forthcoming relief, we must make the best of an impossible situation. In the face of potential cuts, we call on the MTA to provide opportunities for real and meaningful public input, be as transparent as possible with riders about any and all changes to service, and be mindful of racial and economic equality and equity in planning all changes and cuts. With this in mind, we call on the MTA to restore 24-hour service to better serve essential workers and shift workers. We applaud the MTA and Bob Ferran for presenting a budget with options that will allow for the greatest flexibility in the new year. With transparency, effective communication, and all of us taking proper precautions, we can weather this disaster and get to the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Fritsch.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brian Fritsch, and I'm the Manager of Advocacy Campaigns for Regional Plan Association. First, and most importantly, RPA strongly supports a federal COVID relief package that includes full funding for transit to allow the MTA to run vital service during the pandemic and support essential workers. But given the ongoing lack of action in Washington, we understand the incredible uncertainty facing the MTA. If the MTA decides it has no other choice, we support borrowing from the municipal liquidity facility as needed. We encourage Congress to extend the MLF borrowing deadline until the end of 2022 to give the MTA more flexibility on borrowing additional funds. Our regional economy relies heavily on public transit, and we cannot move forward with a just recovery without a reliable bus, subway, and train service. Implementing service cuts and fare increases would be a disaster for our region and cripple collective efforts to bring our region back from this pandemic. To that end, additional transparency, whenever possible, should be released to give the public confidence that the MTA has considered all their options to save operating funds, including providing additional information about the financial and cleaning benefits of overnight closures. Finally, we encourage Governor Cuomo to take the lead on the MTA's financial problems to protect the public from an incredibly dire set of outcomes. That includes announcing the members of the Traffic Mobility Review Board to advance the implementation of congestion pricing once it receives the go-ahead from the federal government, and protecting the state's $600 million in dedicated funding. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. The next speaker is Norbert Gies.
Good morning. My name is Norbert Gies, and I'm a CURES board member. You heard last month that CURES and elected officials opposed a permit submitted to the DEC for Omni Brentwood rail transfer. This is an example of waste by rail expanding off of Long Island. Did you know that in 2024, the Brookhaven landfill is closing? Plans are being made to export all the waste by rail. Winter Brothers, a Long Island waste contractor, is planning to open a new waste to rail facility in Brookhaven. What does that mean to an already overburdened rail system in our area, the 10-acre Fresh Pond Yard? I can tell you that these two facilities will bring 4,300 tons a day of extra trash. That's 10,000 more carloads a year shipped in communities that go through Queens. More waste by rail means more diesel pollution for more than 1 million residents of Nassau, Suffolk, and Queens who live within a kilometer of existing and planned waste by rail facilities. As you have heard Cures say before, the locomotives used by your rail freight concessionaire, the New York and Atlantic Railway, are high-polluting 1970s vintage locomotives. There are still $14 million in the state appropriations that the Long Island Railroad received to repower these antiquated locomotives. That's enough money to upgrade 7 old MP-15s to Tier 4 emission standards. Like other railroads have done, you have the power to take 95% of New York and Atlantic's current locomotive pollution, greenhouse gases, out of New York's air supply forever. A cost-efficient Tier 4 switcher locomotive repower project is needed now, not a gold-plated RFP for a brand new misapplied line haulers. Please use the money in Controller's Contract number DR 36644 now to issue an RFP to repower MP-15s for New York and Atlantic to use. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock.
Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board. 2 things we're going to discuss today. First of all, this past week, I was named Regional Bus Director for Passengers United. My first action today is to discuss the situation with the busing along the main line. This past weekend, I was made aware of a situation where there was no busing between Hicksville and Farmingdale. One customer was even told to use Uber just to get to Farmingdale this weekend at Mineola. That is not acceptable. Plus, also, somebody else told me they were in Westbury this weekend and they saw 2 overcrowded buses on Old Country Road. There are 37 buses at the Queens Village Bus Depot, Motor Coach D4 500s that should be used on the weekend to help accommodate these passengers who pay their fares to not even get train service. That is completely unacceptable and that needs to change. And the second point I'm going to bring up is the budget. Today is November 18th. This is the most anticipated budget we will be getting in our lifetimes. Bob Varan has 2 possibilities today he can announce. There's one budget that will be if we don't get the stimulus. The second budget is if we do get the stimulus. One thing's for sure, I do not want to wait long for a bus or a subway, or the fact that I may have to wait longer to get an eastbound train from Hicksville or Limerick off-peak morning. I do not want to face that reality. So I am anticipating the budget, Bob, and I will look forward to hearing from you later this morning. Until then, have a happy Thanksgiving, and I will see you all in December.
The next speaker will be Alita Dupree.
Thank you, Board Chair, Pat Foy, and members. Alita Dupree, for the record. My pronouns are she and her. It's good to be back with you. I come to you simply as an ordinary user of public transportation, representing only myself, though surely some would agree with my sentiments. Meetings are what I do. I don't feel like I take time out for them, but I feel they are a good investment in time in my day. So it's good to be here with you. Thank you for the update on the Omni fare payment. We are almost done with the subway. And so this is very good work. The Thruway turned on its new cashless tolling system over the weekend. So let's continue to stay the course and get the buses turned on and then work on the rails. ADA is essential even in this challenging time. We really want to get to 100% accessibility, and I'd like to see it hopefully within a decade, and that's a very heavy lift. Hydrogen propulsion, I think, should be a possibility for our railway system to move away from diesel. And I've ridden on hydrogen buses, so we want to move away from the straight petroleum diesel. The German railroad system uses about 10 billion kilowatt hours a year of electricity, of which about 57% of that is renewable. So the math is easy. The work is not, but the reward is great. And let us continue to remember our traditions and history. Grand Central Terminal is legendary, and I was watching videos of all over the world, some of which take place in the historic Antwerpen Central Station, Liverpool Street, and the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus in Mumbai, India. So we have our Grand Central Terminal, a place for everyone. George Harrison said, "Love comes to everyone." And so I want us to continue to have our system be a defining institution of New York, because it is about the people, stories, comments, and thoughts and experiences, helping millions every day. And I thank you. Continue the work of Legendary. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Yuki Endo.
나는 이스유견로 Jackson thank you for thank you to the hard-working essential employee of the NJ Newsletter Nice Bus Beyond South County buses. I did an all public transit in New York Tri-State area. I am also asking the federal government to fund all public transportation in New York Tri-State area. During the weekend of the November 21st or 22nd, I sent a polite complaint to Nassau County Executive Director to ask NJ Channel pathway to our Huntington shuttle bus to make additional stop at Carey Place, West Valley. Long-con shuttle bus that operate between finding the linear order, stopping at the base page Hicks. Our current mainline shuttle the Protestant long-con bus is outrageous. There is no shuttle bus to Carey Place, West Valley. No shuttle bus or the long-con 3 train at the base page is outrageous. Because the nearby N80 Hicks Sunday bus doesn't run on the weekend. People at the best page frequent for taxis. Russia service had to walk 1 hour just to catch shuttle bus to turn walk 3 minutes hence the bike to take a slow 1 hour local N71 to Sunday snow for the bottom train. Or the N72 hence the funding for train service. Nice bus N22 N24 bus does not run 24 hours. Also, how will people in Carey Place, West Valley get to work from their essential work? Please enter channel pathway. Please don't be green for the mainline Thanksgiving Christmas season. You need to send some NTA coach buses, South County Transit buses. Access is non-unrented shuttle bus because night bus doesn't have enough shuttle bus to provide. But why not NJ South County buses are sleeping at their depot just on the weekend? Every weekend during the mainline shutdown, there are no shuttle buses.
Please summarize your remarks.
There's other plans to get shuttle bus about now for the mainline corridor. Also, there should be a post design for the non-unrented shuttle buses because bus drivers doing non-unrented shuttle buses sometimes there's not know where to start.
Please wrap up, Yuki.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Padula.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula. I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from the Department of Education. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. It's nice to speak to you all again this morning. I hope everyone is safe and well. I'm here to remind you about the importance of accessibility. As we know, transportation still remains a major barrier to employment for the disabled community. This is why we cannot just push the capital plan aside. In addition, Access-a-Ride has to remain, or must evolve, I should say, into a viable option, affording our city's otherwise abled citizens the same rights, access, and autonomy as every other person in the city. On-demand service not only enables me to do my job, but it allows me to live my life with the same autonomy and dignity as every other person in the city. Listen, folks, the election is over, and now we just need to move forward. We got to move from rhetoric to reality. Yes, we need funding. but we all have to be on the same page as what to do with that funding. We have to work together. The only way this is going to work is if it's a team effort, full collaboration by everyone. I'm looking forward to the Chief Accessibility Officer position being filled. I'd like to thank Mr. Alagoudin for all of his hard work and advocacy, and I wish him nothing but the best going forward. I want to thank Mr. Khaleesi for all of his hard work and advocacy on the board. In closing, Governor Cuomo a few months ago said that government has to be fair and effective for all. So I'm just optimistic that there are better days ahead coming. I just want us all to keep fighting the good fight. And as I always say, remember, never mistake disability for an ability, and low expectations do lead to low outcomes. My name is John Padula. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Greif.
And good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif, also an ACT member to the MTA, as well as New York City Transit Riders Council member and Long Island Railroad ADA Task Force member. I'm here to remind our board members and our fellow advocates, we still have to keep advocating to make sure that, one, we do not get the fare hike. Two, we need to make sure that our fellow advocates, no matter what age they are, from young to senior or to legend, we need to remind them that the MTA, we cannot, not everyone can afford the fare increase. Half fare, which is $1.35 for local, limited, and SBS buses and subways, is $1.35. We need to make sure that fare stays in a decent low price for customers to get on the train. We definitely need to advocate for the elevators, ramps, and any special devices for the accessibility community. The one thing I have to say is thank God we live in New York City, that we can advocate and not criticize people right now, because we need to work together to get the funding. If we're going to keep fighting or putting down certain people, we cannot get accomplished things that we need to do right now. We have a coronavirus issue going on. We have people wanting to go rally and fight or damage property at the property. We need to work together, get the funding, get the federal government. If they're Democrats or Republicans, they need to stop this now. We need to work together now, especially with Long Island Railroad, which I did trial this weekend. That's something that accessibility needs. We are still working on that. Thank God Long Island Railroad has some good devices, but we still need to continue working on the Metro North end. That accessibility in Metro North is also another issue as well. So if we're going to deal with two railroads, we need to work together, not criticize people. We need to solve the problem today or very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the remarks.
Thank you. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to call the attendance of several board members who did not respond initially. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, here.
Thank you. Commissioner Mojica. Commissioner Mojica. Lastly, Commissioner Cortez Vasquez. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We still have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you for joining this month's virtual meeting of the MTA Board. At several meetings this year, we've observed a moment of silence to acknowledge and remember members of the MTA family who have passed away from coronavirus. And we will continue that observance today to honor two members of the New York City Transit family who have passed in the last month. Sarah.
Mr. Chairman, the transit family has again been devastated by COVID. Sadly, we've lost two of our colleagues in recent weeks. Gayasuddin Patel, a station agent, and Dexter Burton, a third rail maintainer. We mourn our colleagues, and our thoughts and prayers are with their families. Thank you.
I now ask all of you to please join us in a moment of silence. We continue to remember and mourn those we have lost this year to the coronavirus and continue to honor their dedication and service during this unprecedented public health crisis. COVID-19 very much remains a regional and national crisis. Since March, we have been fighting a once-in-a-100-year pandemic, which has not only devastated the health and well-being of communities across the nation and indeed across the world, but wreaked havoc on the economy, including creating a financial crisis at the MTA beyond anything the agency and its predecessors have ever experienced. And even though we're in the 9th month of the pandemic here in New York, COVID continues to spread across the nation, and positive COVID-19 cases continue to climb to new national highs each day. And it's critical to recognize that we as a nation are still in the midst of a very real ongoing crisis, and that we are still navigating through uncharted times. The number of cases in the region is increasing following the trend of increases seen across the country and in New York. Although thanks to the governor's continued leadership on this public health crisis, New York is keeping key metrics at rates that remain among the lowest in the nation. At the MTA, we remain on high alert and will continue to do everything we can to minimize public health risks to our customers and our employees. At the same time, we have never been more prepared in the ongoing fight against COVID. Our aggressive cleaning and disinfecting efforts persist as we continue embracing innovative practices to improve the safety and health of our customers and workforce. Yesterday, I joined my colleagues from our sister transit agencies, including Rick Cotton, Executive Director of the Port Authority, and Clarel DeGraff, Director and General Manager of PATH, Kevin Corbett, President and CEO of New Jersey Transit, Steve Predmore, Chief Safety Officer at Amtrak, and Leslie Richards, General Manager of SEPTA, to announce the launch of a regional mask force, building on the great success of the MTA's volunteer mask force, where we've distributed millions and millions of masks to customers and employees. Kudos and thanks to Sarah Meyer, New York City Transit Chief Customer Officer, who initiated the MTA mask force. The timing of this effort couldn't be more important, and all our regional transit agencies joining together underscores how important the message is, that wearing a mask continues to be the single most effective tool in stopping the spread of the virus. We will continue to give out free masks to our customers who need them, and I'm proud of our efforts so far, providing nearly 17 million masks to customers and employees. But our efforts don't stop there. We are laser focused on employee safety. Last month, we've introduced a new voluntary COVID-19 screening program to further protect our workforce. Huge credit to Chief Safety Officer Pat Warren and Occupational Health Officer Dr. Daria Luisi for standing up this critical resource for our employees and helping the MTA continue to lead the nation in our COVID response efforts. As we head into the holidays, I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone that if you're celebrating, please do so safely. Observe all the rules and recommended state and local protocols, and know these policies in advance. Get tested, stay socially distanced, wash your hands, and most importantly, wear a mask. I'd encourage all our employees to participate in our COVID screening program to get a free diagnostic COVID test. And as it's also flu season, to get free flu shots through our collaboration with Walgreens. Now, a word on finances. Beginning this summer, Bob Foran and I began sounding the alarm about the pandemic's destruction of MTA revenues. The pandemic continues to take its toll on the MTA's fiscal health, and we continue to grapple with unprecedented deficits. While ridership and revenues have started to rebound, they have not recovered enough to meaningfully improve our financial position, as CFO Bob Foran will discuss further in a few moments when he presents the November financial plan. In addition to the November financial plan, which as a reminder is an update on the MTA's financial condition, and no motion or vote will be taken today, as we prepare for the December meeting when the board will be asked to adopt the 2021 budget, we will also be starting the standard process for our biennial review of fare and toll policy this month. No decisions will be made today on fares and tolls either. What will be presented are all the options for consideration, which will continue to be reviewed and deliberated over the coming months. This was undoubtedly one of the most difficult budgets the MTA has ever had to develop in one of the most unusual uncertain times. And because there is so much uncertainty everywhere about how long heightened caution or restrictions may be in place to combat the spread of COVID, about the timing and efficacy of possible vaccines, about the future of workplaces and commuting patterns, and about future control of the United States Senate and potential COVID federal funding relief. We are taking the approach of planning for the worst, but leaving room to adjust for the best, should that happen. As we have said, without $12 billion in emergency federal aid, we would be forced to take draconian actions, including the potential for massive service cuts of up to 40% on subways and buses and 50% on the commuter railroads, thousands and thousands of layoffs of our colleagues, a continued freeze on the capital plan, and other actions we desperately want to avoid. We know any cuts to service or jobs will hit hard the people who rely on us most, hurt our heroic employees, and further depress the economy and slow the recovery of the region and indeed the nation. This pandemic has proved what we've known all along, that transit is a critical lifeline for all New Yorkers. In the past few months in particular, we have carried the people who need us most right now, who are also the same people the region needs the most to get us through the crisis and beyond it. Doctors, nurses, police officers, firefighters, first responders, our own transit workers, those preparing meals in hospitals, working on shelving in pharmacies and grocery stores, utility workers, and many more. We also know that it's an issue of equity. Many of these essential workers and first responders in New York and across the nation are people of color, and this crisis has revealed that our society does not always adequately compensate these most critical roles, delivering goods or stocking shelves or making meals in hospitals and other facilities. We know that any reduction in service will hurt the city and the region, including customers who need us most. But without the certainty of substantial federal dollars, there is no recourse, and we must plan for the worst while hoping for the best in the wake of a crisis that has done more damage to our finances than even the Great Depression in the 30s. We are required to deliver a balanced budget every year, and we have a fiduciary duty to continue to do so this year, even with the unprecedented public health emergency. Unfortunately, to date, our sustained and focused efforts to secure at least $12 billion in additional emergency federal aid has not yet yielded results. But the election of President-elect Joe Biden has offered us a measured degree of hope as we look to the new year and his upcoming inauguration. The President-elect, as every school child in America knows, is a longtime champion of public transportation and has made sustainable infrastructure and clean energy pillars of his Build Back Better transition platform. And a commitment to protecting and sustaining mass transit not only advances these goals in the administration, but is pledged to address racial equity as well. Still, we are clear-eyed about the obstacles to additional funding that remain in Washington, even under a Biden administration. Our nation faces the prospect of divided government, and if Senate Republicans maintain their majority and their position that the MTA and mass transit not be funded, things may not change much at all. Their indifference to the future of mass transit in this country has been an infuriating roadblock, but we're cautiously hopeful that Amtrak Joe might help clear it so that we continue our core business of moving New York. Thank you, and I'll now turn over to Pat Warren for an update on our COVID-19 efforts.
Mr. Chairman, one moment. I just received a notification that Commissioner Mojica is attending the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Pat.
Thank you, Chairman. The safety of our employees and customers remains paramount. As you're aware, the increase in the number of COVID-19 cases in the New York City area is growing and of great concern to all of us. Currently, the city is at a 3% rate of infection. While the MTA is not immune to the effects of a rising infection rates in the city, our aggressive efforts to protect our workforce have kept increases in our number of COVID-19 cases lower than the surrounding communities. The MTA has just under 0.2% of our workforce positive for COVID-19. Our 7-day average is currently 6.8 cases per day. MTA's efforts to protect our workforce and customers are robust. We continue the many protocols previously established to protect our employees and customers, some of which include providing over 16 million masks to employees and customers, 13.6 million pair of gloves, 85,000 gallons of hand sanitizer, 9.5 million sanitizing wipes, and 206,000 gallons of cleaning solution. Further, we continue our daily cleaning and disinfecting of stations, trains, buses, paratransit vehicles, and employee workspaces. Of note, we are just over a month into our flu shot campaign. We are ahead of where we were last year at this point. So far, about 4,000 employees have received their flu shot in just the first month of the program. Further, we continue to lead the surface transportation industry through our partnership with BioReference and Quest Laboratories, where we are now just over 2 weeks into providing voluntary COVID-19 diagnostic testing for our employees. They can get their tests in our medical centers, field sites, and at Northwell clinics. We are rapidly ramping up the number of locations we provide the tests, now at 57 sites and still growing. We are approaching 2,500 tests provided and have identified 10 asymptomatic cases thus far. The voluntary testing program comes at a critical time where colder weather and potential increases of interaction between family and friends during the holidays presents a greater vulnerability to our workforce. We highly encourage our employees to take advantage of the diagnostic testing program as they return to work following the interactions with family they have not routinely encountered. Their testing will help protect their colleagues, family, and friends. It's a genuine sign of respect. Further, MTA continues to pursue the many developing rapid testing protocols and will seek to institute them as they become more readily available. We also continue to focus on air quality and improved ventilation, both on our system and across our occupational facilities. To this end, both Metro-North Railroad and Long Island Railroad initiated a cutting-edge air filtration project which applies an electrical field to generate a wave of ionized particles that can kill bacteria and viruses, including COVID-19. Together with social distancing, mask usage remains the single most effective defense against contracting the virus, according to the CDC. We continue to refresh our mask usage campaigns and continue to see extremely high usage rates of 98% on buses and 96% on the subways, and we thank our ridership for their support and the respect they show to one another. In closing, we are grateful to the patronage of our customers, and we are committed to continuing to bring the safest transportation to New York. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Pat. Any questions for Pat? Great. Safety and security of our employees and our customers continues to be our top priority, not only during COVID-19, but also in our day-to-day operations. And on that note, it's my pleasure to welcome today Chief Kathleen O'Reilly, who joins us for her first MTA board meeting as the newly appointed NYPD Chief of Transit. Chief O'Reilly most recently served as the commanding officer of Patrol Borough Manhattan North and is a graduate of John Jay College, the Harvard Kennedy School Executive Education Program, and Columbia University's Police Management Institute. Sarah Feinberg, Pat Warren, and I had the opportunity to meet her recently virtually and understand her priorities and approach for her new command. We all recognize the importance of providing and ensuring a transit system that is safe and feels safe for our customers and employees alike, and are glad to welcome Chief O'Reilly as the new leader. Chief, over to you.
Thank you, Pat. So I'm delighted to take over the Transit Bureau. It's an awesome opportunity, and I have a very talented team here with me to help me accomplish my goals, which are crime reduction and making sure that our ridership feels safe. And how we're going to do that is by increasing our uniform presence in the subway stations, on the trains, and on the platforms. As we all know, prior to this election, very tumultuous times in this city. A lot of our transit resources were used topside to help with demonstrations and protests. I can let you all know today, as of today, 99% of those resources are now back in transit, and we're glad to have them back, and that's where they should be. And I'm looking forward to working in close partnership with my board and my friends at the MTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. On behalf of the board and MTA leadership and our customers, we look forward to working closely with you and your team in the coming months on our shared goal of ensuring the safety and security of our workforce and the millions of passengers who use our system every day. And before we move on the agenda, I also want to take a moment to acknowledge Chief Delatorre and thank him for his commitment and service for ensuring a safe and secure transit system. Many of you know Chief Delatorre, who served as the prior Chief of Transit at NYPD, a post he held since January 2018. He was a great partner on many important initiatives the MTA and NYPD undertook together, and I want to extend our thanks for his work and our congratulations on his new role as the NYPD's Chief of Labor Relations. Yes.
Mayor, welcome to the chief, and I'm glad that you're going to be doing all those patrols, but my experience riding the subway, there's always people running through the fare gates or encouraging people to push the bar open for them to get in. And I would suggest that you pay a particular attention to this huge, huge revenue loss. Thank you. And the best of luck to you.
Thank you. I certainly will be addressing fare evasion.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Chief. Now I'm going to turn to Bob Foran, our Chief Financial Officer, for an update on the MTA's finances, including an overview of the November financial plan. As a reminder, no decisions are being made and no actions are being taken today. The 2021 budget will be presented to the board in December for action. Today's presentation is an update on the agency's current financial situation, expected deficits, and proposed actions to address them. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The format of the presentation today is similar to prior presentations, but I'm going to provide greater granularity as I want to walk you through how we got to the bottom line of the November plan. Let's begin by looking at the prior plan. The July plan assumed receipt in 2020 of $3.9 billion in HEROES Act funding. That was the funding provided by or voted on by the House, not voted on by the Senate. But it still projected cumulative deficits 21 to 24 of $12.4 billion. So what has changed since the July plan? Well, one thing that hasn't changed is we continue to put forward a proposal for 4% fare and toll increases in 21 and 23. The biggest change, though, since the July plan was the HEROES Act funding not received due to the lack of action by the Senate. There have been other changes, re-estimates. Revenues are higher than what we projected. This reflects the actuals through August. We have toll revenues and dedicated taxes higher than what we had planned, though we have fare revenues less. Non-labor savings, I should say, and vacancies on top of the 137 reflected in the July plan, an additional $66 million. Some subsidy changes, debt service, savings reflecting lower interest rates. And as you can see now, primarily driven by the loss of the non-receipt of the HEROES Act funding, we are now projecting a 2.492 deficit for this year. A $6.1 billion deficit in 21, 3.6 in 22, almost 1.8 in 23, and almost $2 billion in 24. Throughout this period, a total of about $16 billion of cumulative deficits. This is just graphically represented here on this chart for those who prefer bar charts. Slide 5. In August, we presented deficit reduction actions. Here's what we have implemented or identified to be implemented. We said additional savings. We identified savings opportunities in 3 areas: overtime, consulting contracts, and other than personal service. We had targets identified, but we have increased those targets in each year. $259 million for this partial year, $601 million for next year, $498, $466, and $461. A total of almost $2.3 billion of additional savings during the plan period. As you recall, we had the ability by direction of the legislature to use the capital lockbox monies in 20 and 21 and use them for operations. So this is the Internet Marketplace sales tax and also the mansion tax surcharge. And we're taking those in for 424 in this year, 476 in 2021. We also are taking monies that we had set aside in the financial plan for capital, and we're going to use those monies for operations. We had money set aside in the OPEB trust. That's other post-employment benefits. It really is health care for retirees. We had set it aside in a trust. We liquidated the trust, and we're going to use it for current OPEB expenses this year. We are projecting to receive FEMA reimbursement, if FEMA comes through, of about $220 million in 2021. We're using the general reserve in this year of about 170. So in total, $1.377 billion of additional actions to reduce the deficit. But that's not enough. So we've been pursuing the borrowing through the Municipal Liquidity Facility of the Federal Reserve. Things are progressing well. We expect that we'll be able to take that loan down in December. And that would be $2.9 billion, the maximum amount that we can still borrow underneath the program. These things taken together move us from a $2.5 billion deficit to a $1.8 billion, roughly, operating balance at the end of the year. And as you know, if we have an operating balance at the end of the year, that rolls forward into the next year to reduce operating expenses and deficits there. So now in 2021, we are looking at beginning a $6.1 billion deficit. The action items that we had identified, we are implementing to get you to 1.477. The roll forward of the operating balance in 2020 gives us a reduced deficit of about $2.9 billion. About a $3 billion deficit still projected in 22, 1.3 in 23, and about 1.6 billion in 24. Now, we're moving forward, we're making progress, but the fiscal impacts are not static. We're seeing continued deterioration in our revenues as a result of the pandemic. In May, McKinsey provided an analysis of the revenue losses from the pandemic, fare and tolls, and dedicated taxes. The midpoint of those, 20 and 21, was $11.9 billion in losses in those 2 years. Well, the MTA has again engaged McKinsey to review the economic realities we face. McKinsey's updating its projections and developing 2 new ridership scenarios. In the best case scenario, the virus is contained through a combination of an effective vaccine and resistance to the virus due to previous exposure, eventually reaching a new normal ridership level, 90% of the pre-pandemic ridership in 2024. The worst-case scenario assumes a resurgence of the virus in the New York City area, resulting in restrictions similar to those experienced earlier this year. From that resurgence, recovery will be slower and will take longer before reaching the new normal ridership level. By the end of the planned period, McKinsey projects aggregate MTA ridership will only reach 80% of the pre-pandemic level under this scenario. Back up if you would, thank you. The May 1 McKinsey analysis is being updated. We should have a final report early next week. But the preliminary reports, as I mentioned, are very more pessimistic. This chart shows MTA ridership as a percentage of pre-pandemic projections, 100% on the left, and you can see over the time frame what they're projecting ridership to be. Now, we took in May the midpoint between McKinsey's best and worst case scenarios. And that's evidenced here by the green line really at the top of this array. If you look down below the chart, you'll see that the economics are significant. The change from the July plan midpoint to the November plan midpoint is $849 million in 21, and in 22, about $1.3 billion in 23, and $1 billion in 24. The change from the July plan midpoint to the November plan worst case, much more dramatic. $1.6 billion in 2021, $1.9 billion, 22, $2 billion in 23, and $1.5 billion in 2024. And that really reflects the drop in ridership and hence the reduction in revenues that we receive. And I would just point out, if you go all the way to the right side of that graph, you can see again that the McKinsey May report indicated that we would probably be back to pre-pandemic ridership levels, roughly 100%, beginning in February of 21. And then you would see, February 23. And then that would continue. But then the two lines below, the pink line, which is the November plan best case, and the red line, which is the November plan worst case, you see that we don't reach that again. So on the right side, you see that we're roughly at the 90% level in 2024 and roughly at the 80% level at 2024. So what does that do to our deficits? Well, at the very bottom of the page, you can see that we start with the preliminary November plan from the prior slide, and now we adjust it for the worst case numbers up above. Why do we pick the worst case numbers instead of going with the midpoint again? Well, right now, as the chairman said, we're going to prepare for the worst, we hope for the best, but we're preparing for the worst. We have so few tools available to us and so little time to respond that we would rather identify the worst case up front and try to move toward that, plan toward that, and hopefully then be surprised with an upside benefit. So if you take that worst case fare box revenue adjustments, you'll see that now we're looking at 2021 with a $4.4 billion deficit, almost a $4.9 billion deficit in 2022, a $3.3 billion deficit in 23, and a $3.1 billion deficit in 2024. The ridership numbers that we've looked at are for each year increasing, as you can see. We took the McKinsey estimate by quarter of the return of ridership, and then we averaged them for each year. In footnote 2 down at the bottom of the page, you can see that we're projecting ridership recovery in 2021 of 27%, 54% in 2022, 71% in 2023, and 79% in 2024. So now, we have deficits that we need to address. What are the options? Well, as you can see, federal aid, but we're putting zero federal aid at this time. Other than federal aid, if we do not receive the federal aid, what other options do we have? Well, there's service reductions, and we'll talk about that in a moment. There's permanent wage freeze. We had come to a wage agreement with TWU Local 100. Typically, we assume that there would be a pattern that's followed then by the other unions, and as we negotiate through the collective bargaining agreement, we assume built into the plan that they would be comparable to that. What we are doing here is for represented workers and non-represented workers, we're just assuming that there will be no wage increases through the collective bargaining cycle, which goes through 2022. That gives us savings going forward, and again, that is on represented and non-represented, but it would give us permanent savings going forward. We have the option of additional fare and toll increases above 4%. We have the option of deficit financing, but with the service reductions that we presented here, we still have significant deficits. Let's talk about these service reductions. We challenged each of the agencies to reduce service by a targeted amount. For the commuter railroads, it was a 50% reduction in service. For New York City Transit, it was a 40% reduction in subways and 40% reduction in service in buses. They went through and have done extensive analysis and come up with recommendations which may or may not be used if we have to pursue this. They would all be subject to consideration by the board. They'd be subject to public hearings, but they have gone through and tried to hit those targets of service reductions. And they basically have very granular analyses that they've done. But in terms of the total savings, cost reductions by agencies, and the impact on the workforce by each agency, we've summarized it here. New York City Subway, annual savings of $343 million, workforce reduction almost 2,400. New York City Bus, $641 million of savings, almost a $4,600 workforce reduction. Long Island Railroad and Metro North combined $265 million of savings for 33 workforce reductions. MTA bus savings of $190 million, almost 1,300 workforce reduction. I should point out that MTA bus, because the city pays the full deficit of MTA bus, this is not generating savings for the MTA, but the savings would accrue to the city of New York. And for bridges and tunnels, some savings there of $25 million, workforce reduction of 196. So in total, it's $1,274 million and workforce reductions of 9,367. I should say, this is the full year impact. The reason we don't have that full year impact in 2021 is because we cannot implement it immediately. If this were to happen, because we are not receiving the federal aid that we desperately need and we believe deserve, the board would have to take action. Once taken action, there would have to be public hearings. Once there's public hearings, there would be a process that's followed through. So we believe that the earliest we might be able to implement these would be in May of this year, next year. So about 2/3 of the savings. So let me give you just an overview of what this looks like. New York City subways, there are potential service reductions under consideration. Overall service reductions generating the $343 million of savings. The workforce impact, $2369. The factors that we considered, we wanted to focus on achieving significant cost reductions, mitigating negative customer impacts, right-sizing service in response to current and projected ridership. The potential impacts, subway service reductions up to 40% may result in reduced frequency, suspension of service, and major weekend changes. All weekend service may be on a 15-minute headways. Overall impact could reduce system-wide annual revenue vehicle miles and annual trips by approximately 40%. Reduction in service of 40% may allow for a 35% subway fleet reduction, generating savings in maintenance, cleaning, and inspection cost. For New York City MTA bus, considering these annual savings for New York City, again, $641, $190 million for MTA bus, workforce impact, almost $4,600 for New York City Transit, $1,300 for MTA bus. Same considerations were reviewed, achieving significant cost reductions, mitigating negative customer impacts, right-sizing service in response to current and projected ridership, and proposed reductions also ensure that there's an alternative service available within a half mile. Bus service reductions up to 40% may result in reduced frequencies by up to 33% on bus routes that are not eliminated. Additional service reductions may affect up to 24% on all bus routes, primarily those on low ridership, high cost per boarding, and nearby alternatives. For the railroads, annual savings $265, workforce reduction $933 to achieve a 50% overall service reduction. Again, similar factors considered, and also proposed reductions under consideration must take into account existence of nearby alternative service and maintaining adequate service for essential workers. Potential impacts, railroad service reductions up to 50% may result in full or partial suspension of service on both weekdays and weekends. Peak service may be reduced to every 20 to 30 minutes and hourly in certain instances. Off-peak and weekend service may be hourly, reflecting current ridership levels, while maintaining enough service to prevent crowding. So what does it look like? Well, in 2020, the carryover balance provided by proceeds from the MLF borrowing through the Federal Reserve, $1.8 billion operating balance, rolled forward, reduces the deficit in 2021 to $3.2 billion, which has to be addressed. Out-year deficits, $3.3 billion in 2022, $2.3 billion in 2023, and almost $2.6 billion in 2024. Looking beyond 2020, McKinsey estimated ridership may remain at 80% to 92% of pre-pandemic levels through the mid-2020s. On the left bar, you see 100% of the pre-pandemic ridership levels. The reduction to get down to the 80 to 92, one of the major ones is the increase in remote work estimated in the future. That's 4% to 12% impact. That's going from a half day of non-office work pre-pandemic to now 1 to 3 days working remotely. Next, reduce non-work trips, impacting the 2 to 5%. This assumes that 10 to 20% reduction in retail trips due to e-commerce, 20 to 30% reduction in leisure travel, primarily or largely affected by the international tourist. Modal shift, 2 to 3%. People moving away from public transportation to automobiles and biking and walking for shorter trips. And there's a very small influence by employment. But that brings you down to 80 to 92% as the new normal as we get to 2024. So as we saw on the prior chart, we really have some big challenges in front of us in 21 and 22. But perhaps a bigger challenge for us is right-sizing MTA to meet the new normal in 2024. We're going to have to match our service structure and service levels to equal rider demand. In light of projected ridership, our current cost structure is unsustainable and corrective action will be required. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Bob, for that grim outlook. I know a number of commissioners have questions. I'm going to start with Commissioner Law.
Thank you, Pat, and thank you, Bob, for walking us through that. I just have two comments, or actually suggestions, Bob, for you to either comment on or to consider. One is we seem to have this binary choice. We either have the doomsday scenario or the federal bailout scenario. And should we also just be looking at a sort of a hybrid scenario to help us get through 2021, where we see how things play out with the new administration, et cetera, and then maybe make some of these tough choices next December as opposed to this December. That's one thing. And then the other one, and it relates to your last slide regarding McKinsey. You know, we all know that the public health concerns and the change in work patterns will continue to depress ridership for the foreseeable future. And I know we're going to hear it next, but is now the time to really be looking at increasing fares? We need to be luring riders back. And shouldn't we actually be cutting fares? And have we had McKinsey look at the price elasticity models of getting more fannies on the train by reducing fares as opposed to increasing fares and maybe depressing ridership more? And I just throw that out there for you to consider and to maybe have McKinsey take a look at. Thank you very much.
Certainly all factors will be considered. As we've said, everything's on the table. And again, it will be a matter of just looking at very unattractive, ugly choices to get there. Again, we do believe we deserve the federal aid, and the federal aid should be forthcoming.
Who's next?
May I?
Yes, Vinny.
So, no good news in that presentation, obviously, but all I will simply say is what I've said in past meetings. If we have to prepare for the worst, we're identifying potential layoffs down the road, and we're providing numbers, but we're not providing what those positions will be. All I could say is not one essential worker should be at risk of losing their jobs. They had no choice but to come in throughout this pandemic. They're continuing to put themselves out at risk in the public each and every day, and we need them for any potential growth. So, we're all hoping for the best, and I'm at the highest part of that list of hoping for the best. But we have to make sure that if we ever have to make difficult decisions, We're not going to put our growth at risk by cutting any essential workers. You can't put jobs in the street that require qualifications and certifications and then expect to grow again. They take too much time to train and mature. So we owe it to our essential workers to not put one of their positions at risk when we make, if we have to make these difficult choices down the road. Thank you.
Vinny, as we've said before, no one at the MTA wants to take these steps, both service reduction and headcount. A great deal of work remains to be done. I obviously agree with the sentiment about the tremendous work and heroic work that MTA employees at every agency did and continue to do throughout the pandemic. And today is not a meeting to make a motion or to take action. That'll be in the future. And lastly, hopefully this will be averted by rational action in Washington on federal funding, but that is clearly uncertain. Who would like to go next?
Pat, I have a question for Bob.
Yes, Andrew.
Bob, one of your last slides showing McKinsey's projections for ridership through 2024, I assume those are predicated on not having these horrific service cuts. Otherwise, all bets are off on projected ridership, correct?
No, in fact, the projected ridership ties into what we show on slide 7. Again, down at the bottom of the page, we talk about the ridership recovery in 21 being 27%, 54% in 22, 71% in 23, and 79 in 24. And if you go to slide 7 to look at there, you see that the savings, cost reductions that we have are really tying in to those levels of ridership. So the reason the cost reductions are going down, it's because we're reflecting increasing ridership through that period.
You're reflecting increasing ridership even after those kinds of service cuts?
Yes. The service cuts that we're doing are trying to tie into the level of service that we're projecting. If you think about it, if we're having 27% ridership on average in next year, but we're reducing commuter rail 50%, reducing subway and bus 40%, we still have capacity that we're providing greater than the level of ridership. And so what we're trying to do is show that we are restoring service as the ridership is increasing, but still trying to generate savings in the immediate future.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Bob. And by the way, I think you're doing a terrific job. I know this is a difficult time for you and for the users of our system and for everybody here. But my question is on the summary of service reduction impact slide. There was nothing mentioned about anything west of Hudson or any of the railroads. I did recall you had a separate slide on that alone. Is that dropped off of here, or where is that? Because that was in your July plan originally.
Yeah. At this time, we have a number of service adjustments that we're making. We're not going into the details at this time. Details will be provided if this is brought to the board in December for your consideration. So those details will be forthcoming.
Okay, but in that case, since they're potentially still there, I wanted to remind the board and those listening that Rockland County, which is what I represent on behalf of Ed Day and the county executive and the citizens of Rockland County, that we've already pointed out there's an extreme value gap for the services that we receive here. And the original proposal in July didn't talk about reducing service like the other areas. It actually spoke about eliminating our service here in Rockland County, which would then affect obviously the counties north of us as well, Orange County and so on. And that begs the question, why would Rockland County participate in the MTA? We're contributing over $110 million every year, and we're getting $68 million or less, which is that $42 million value gap I speak of. And if you're talking about reducing the $25 million, which I believe that's the number that was floated in July, it's crazy. I don't know where we're going. So I just want to make sure if we're going to have those kind of things included in the budget, obviously, you know where I stand and where the people of Rockland County stand on this issue.
Commissioner Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. First off, Bob, thank you. That's a brutal document to make, and you've been through some tough budgeting periods, but this is extraordinarily difficult. And thank you for sharing them and having the burden of explaining it. This comment's gonna be wearing my fiduciary hat for this organization, not my provincial hat as a representative of one region. Remind me again of what, even after all the moves you're gonna make, what's the budget deficit at the end of 21?
It's $3.1 billion.
Okay, 3.1 billion off $17 billion historically a $17 billion cost base, which you're going to reduce down, I guess, 14. So again, I'm playing my fiduciary hat. What are our options? Because we can't obviously, unless we can further deficit finance. And by the way, you've done a brilliant job trying to close 2020 through the Federal Reserve loan program. So that's smart. That takes us and gets us through this year. But what are the options for us to consider how to close a $3 billion gap? Because if we approve a budget that has knowingly a $3 billion shortfall, what are the places we go to close that?
Places you go are what we've mentioned from the beginning. It's service reductions. Do not want to do any more than what we've kind of proposed here. That's so painful, that's so awful, but there is still always that consideration. Additional fare and toll increases above 4%. Additional concessions seeking from labor. Additional layoffs that we might have to do above and beyond these. Deficit financing. All of these are ugly. All of them have long-term implications. But that just drives home the point that what we need is a federal aid package. We need assistance from the federal government.
And Bob, is there any way, like when you run those pieces, the levers you just talked about, reduce service, roll back on wages, fare increases, is there any combination, knowing how heavily fixed cost we are there any combination that gets you $3 billion of savings further to close that gap?
It'd be very difficult. Very
Is
difficult.
it possible? I mean, literally, is it possible to keep operating, knowing how? I recall when, I think it was your presentation. That's the last thing I'll say. I'll give up and turn it over to someone else. But I recall what we described in a previous meeting was a 50%. I'm going to get the numbers probably wrong. A 50% reduction, maybe it was a 40% reduction in service at New York City Transit would only yield an $800 million savings. So that means effectively 40% reduction in service would yield a roughly 8 to 10% reduction in cost, which is clearly shows how fixed cost our system is.
Yeah, that earlier number was just a partial. I believe that was not the entire system, and it also was netted of the revenues. Here, we've grossed it up, and we backed the revenues out separately so that we can show them. One of the problems we have right now with this type of structure is we're really just reducing operations with perhaps an expectation, as we showed in the chart, of restoring service as ridership comes back. Well, that basically means that there's certain cuts that you can't make, okay? If we were to just shut down a line, we would be able to save on the operating cost and we could save on maintenance on that line. If we're going to continue to run service, be it less frequent on a line, we still have to provide maintenance of the line for safety, for security, and we can't jeopardize that. So in this type of service reduction, we can't get the maximum amount of savings that we could if we were to make more, shall I say, permanent or longer lasting reductions. So that's one of the issues there.
Commissioner Lynn.
Thanks, Pat. So I want to make really 2 points. One is the regarding process and procedure. We've been operating now for, I guess, almost 9 months with a COVID board process that was really designed, I think, for dealing with cursory small issues, small bore issues that could easily be resolved. We now face some of the most important decisions, or perhaps the most important decisions that the MTA will have ever had to make. And issues of finance, service, fares, tolls, taxes, everything, the whole panoply is before us. And I really think that we need to think of what will be the process that allows us to have a full and informed and robust conversation about the various options. And so I think we need to think about what that process should look like going forward. And clearly, we received 500 pages of really important material today just before the meeting. How do we get an opportunity to digest that information and have a robust conversation about it? I really think you need to think about how the process needs to change to allow for that input and informed discussion. As to substance, and I think this flows into that, that while you can plan for the worst, there is not a single design for that plan. There are multiple designs for any plan. And we need to be able to have the discussion that can weigh those various designs and come up with the most intelligent response to the problems we face. So I really think we need to think about that process, and it needs to be immediately launched since we're going to have these incredibly important decisions to make next month. Thank you.
Who else would like to speak?
Pat.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Yeah, hi. Bob, thank you again for the presentation. And you and I have had many conversations about our budget issues, both in present day form as well as in the future. And as you know, I suggested a few months ago, I believe at a board meeting that we had, that I suggested that you move forward with the process of applying for the $2.9 billion to the Municipal Lending Facilities Corporation because, you know, it didn't look good or promising that the House and the Senate were going to get together and do the right thing and award us the money that we were counting on through the HEROES Act. That all being said, you know, we were facing a $2.5 billion deficit for 2020. Through the actions that the MTA's taken, we're looking at reducing that deficit by $1.3 billion. In using the money that we're going to borrow, which is a huge amount, let's not kid ourselves, borrowing $3 billion is a lot of money, regardless of the low interest rate, regardless of all the provisions that we can return part of the money if, God willing, the federal government comes through in the future. But we're still looking at taking $1.2 billion of that $2.9 billion to close the 2020 budget deficit. And as I've indicated to both you and Pat, and I'll say this not just as chair of the Finance Committee, but as a board member who has fiduciary responsibility, that prior to spending any of that money that you get once it's approved and we receive the $2.9 billion, that I would like, and I want to see a list that I will discuss with the members of the Finance Committee, and for that matter, any board member, what you're recommending to use the $1.2 billion to close the 2020 deficit. I'm sure you have bills to pay, right? But we need to have a discussion about what bills get paid and what bills don't get paid. Who gets the money, who doesn't get the money, who has to kick the can down the road, who doesn't kick the can down the road. So while I'm equally concerned about figuring out how we're going to deal with 2021, I'm also equally as concerned about how we're going to, the decision-making process on how we're going to close the 2020 deficit. So I want to make sure, you know, that I have that commitment that once the lending has been approved and the money has been received, that prior to spending down any of that $2.9 billion, there is going to be a conversation about how you want to spend down those dollars. First, to close the 2020 budget deficit, and then how to target it for 2021 as well.
Stan,
Pat?
we'll have the conversation.
Okay.
Pat?
Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on Larry's statement. I absolutely agree. I would suggest now that we're heading into some really troubled times that we resume having particularly finance committee meetings as separate. I understood in the height of the pandemic while we were running that the consolidation of the general meeting and the finance committee and other committee meetings was appropriate. But now we have enormous things to take into account. And I think the additional time of a separate committee meeting, particularly on the finances, would be appropriate.
Yeah, David, thank you. I think that your point and Commissioner Lynn's that we got to come up with a format and a time. Obviously, the material that was distributed today is available for your review prior to the next board briefing and next board meeting. And Bob and I and his staff will be available to field those questions. So thank you for that comment, David. Anybody else?
Yeah, Pat?
Commissioner Samuelson.
Yeah, listen, just a couple of questions. I have a few different questions. Did the city of New York direct the MTA or ask the MTA to come up with a plan for service reductions at MTA bus? And
No.
if not, why are you doing that?
No, they did not. What our practice has been, Commissioner Samuelson, in the past is whenever there was something dramatic going back to 2010 with regard to service reductions, we treated MTA bus similarly to how we treated New York City Division of Bus in terms of going through the process. But then we left it to the city to decide whether they wanted to put those cuts in place because it was their cost that was involved. So we have gone through and kind of used the same methodological approach looking at MTA bus as we did with New York City Transit Division of Bus. And so it was equitably done in terms of the review. But since the MTA does not benefit from those savings and it's not going to reduce our deficit, if the city just chose not to put those cuts in, that would certainly be, based on what was done in 2010, a consideration for them.
Yeah, well, the MTA may not benefit from the monetary savings if you execute the service cuts in MTA bus, but the riders of the city of New York are gonna have a benefit by maintaining that service, particularly if the MTA is not, it doesn't matter to the MTA either way. So talking about massive service cuts across the city of New York, and there's an element of the system that doesn't have to be reduced. I don't know why you've done that. I guess that's an explanation that you just gave, but it doesn't make sense to me. You should be striving right now to put out as much service as you possibly can, and there's an element of service right there which is substantial, which you can keep going. And just a second question, I don't have the screen in front of me, but on the McKinsey reports, do you know if the McKinsey analysis has taken into account a vaccine coming for 2021 or the potential of a vaccine, or if they have a further analysis of what those numbers would be if a vaccine does in fact come?
Yes, in fact, both analyses have the vaccine coming in. The difference is whether the resurgence happens or not, but they both do have a vaccine coming in. According to what they have, it'd be rolled out in the first quarter to high risk, the population. They hope to have, or they're specifying that they think it would be regulatory approved and licensure review, of the vaccine in the second quarter. Full rollout to a broader adult population in the third quarter. And they're proposing, or they're suggesting that there would be an epidemiological end to the pandemic in scenario 1 in the fourth quarter of 2021. So they have taken that into account in both scenarios.
And Commissioner, I would add that we had a briefing with McKinsey on Wednesday that Bob and I and Jano and others, David Keller from the MTA, attended, and that was a couple of days after Pfizer's announcement.
Okay. All right, just on to the numbers. You have somewhere in the neighborhood of a projection of 9,300, a 9,300 reduction in headcount, and out of that headcount, the New York City bus system and subway system is accounting for like 8/9 of it. 8/9 of it, 8,200 or so from my count, that in the New York City subway system, the New York City bus system, and the MTA bus system, which services the city of New York, as we just discussed. So it doesn't make sense to me, and I guess to the point that Vinny had made earlier, until we see what the actual titles involved are, what the real breakdown, what specifics, where we're into the weeds on what you're talking about here. But it doesn't make sense on the face of it that 8/9 or so of the headcount reduction would affect the city of New York, and only 1,000 or so other headcount reductions on the railroads, which are the suburbs, and bridge and tunnels. So how does that gel? Particularly when we're talking about, you're referencing a 40% headcount reduction, a 40% service reduction on service that affects the city, and more than that in terms of service reduction on what affects the suburbs, and yet we have 8/9 of the reduction affecting the city of New York. And I would put forth to a point that David has made, that how does that gel with any kind of equity analysis on whether it be under Title VI or an equity analysis in general, where we have that much headcount reduction, both in terms of service for the working communities in New York City and in terms of the workforce.
So John.
I know that wasn't a concise question.
Yeah, John, before I turn it over to Bob, I would do the math. I think if you take the numbers, and obviously none of us want to do any of these things, and these decisions haven't been made, but if you take the math, the New York City subway and bus number is about 74% of the total, which is not far off from the percentage of the total workforce represented. But the question is, nobody wants to do this, whether it's 74 or 24 or whatever the number is. Do you want to speak to that, Bob?
That's what I was going to say,
Okay.
is it's not that far off from what the population of workforce at the commuter railroads versus New York City Transit. But again, I just reiterate what the Chairman Voice said. Nobody likes this. Nobody likes the impact on the customer. Nobody likes the potential impact on our employees. This is just ugly. And this is, though, something that we must consider, if we're going to survive. So.
Yeah, I understand the point that nobody likes it. You'd have to be a sociopath to like this. But that's not the question at hand, whether anybody likes it or not. The question at hand is how you're doing the service cuts, how they were calculated, and what the impact on the riders is, and what the impact on MTA workers in general are. And I acknowledge that earlier you spoke about getting into the weeds further down the line on this. And when you do that, I would really like to see what analytics were applied to achieve that level of service cut and that level of headcount reduction. That's it seems to me is disparately affecting the city of New York rather than the suburbs. And with that said, I'm not making an argument for the workforce in the city of New York. I think when this comes, there will be a fight back from the unions, and it will be a collective fight back, both on the railroads and within the city. I just want to make that clear. Now, and just one other thing, Pat or Bob, the deficit for 2020 was the deficit for 2020 is essentially taken care of by a $2.9 billion borrowing from the Federal Reserve. That's the number, right? 2.9 billion.
That's correct.
And so in 2021, is there an opportunity to do another round of borrowing that would get us through 2021 and with the hope that the vaccine will take root and that ridership will return both to the railroads and to the transit system in New York City? Can we borrow? Every government entity in the country is borrowing their way through this crisis, and it's certainly not unreasonable to expect that we would deficit spend through this crisis, knowing that a vaccine is coming in 2021.
As we said at the beginning, and we said earlier this year, it is an option on the table, one of many ugly options. To deficit borrow, I believe you really want to be showing a plan if you're going out to the public. Deficit borrowing is a one-shot that has ongoing permanent cost that will reduce available resources for operations or for capital programs going forward. So it's, to me, it's very unattractive because, again, it's a one-shot, and if we haven't solved the underlying problem, we're just going to be facing it again the next year. So that, to me, it keeps driving us. We have to figure out what is the right size, what is the right level of service to meet the customer's needs.
But your answer is yes, that we can deficit spend through 2021. That's correct. You might not like it, but the truth is that we can do it.
It is an option that's available.
Right, okay.
Just like all the other options.
I know you say that it's undesirable, but certainly wreaking havoc on the riders of the MTA system and wreaking havoc on your workforce, which has just been through hell over the last year, is certainly a more undesirable option. At least it should be to you and to the rest of the members of the MTA board. And on top of that, with on the horizon of a vaccine coming, and which is going to be accompanied by a ridership bounce back, and that ridership bounce back is going to require the rehiring of folks that you are talking about furloughing right now. It absolutely makes no sense to me that you won't borrow your way through 2021, knowing that you're going to have to start restoring headcount. And to the point that Vinny made before, which I think is an excellent point, if you start furloughing our skilled trades and the folks that keep the system in a state of good repair, and they go into the outside trades and they have work, what makes you think they're ever going to come back here after being abandoned by the company like this, after being abandoned by the MTA? They're not going to come back, and you're going to be in a long-term problem. So while borrowing may be a one-off, hopefully this pandemic is a one-off on the eve of a vaccine coming, and the economic problems associated with this are a one-off. And I just want to make one more point. Pat opened up his this meeting by saying that the MTA is required to produce a balanced budget, And I've made this point before. It seems absolutely crazy to me that the riders of the MTA system and the workforce would just be enslaved to the necessity of a balanced budget requirement. It seems ridiculous to me, and particularly with the ability to borrow in 2021 and the ability to produce that balanced budget. Pretty much, if you could borrow another 2.9 billion, it gets us to nearly even in 2021 by your own projections. So the being enslaved to this public authorities law requirement of a balanced budget during the middle of the most significant economic catastrophe that hopefully will happen in any of our lifetimes, it just seems backwards. Yeah. The law should be deferential to the riders of the MTA system and the workers of the MTA system, rather than the riders and workers just being enslaved by that public authorities law. It makes no sense at all.
So John, I think it's worth noting the following, which is that the state legislature in April, as part of its COVID-19 emergency legislation, included a change to the breaking even provision that the governor signed into law, which is that for the first time, revenues from borrowings, deficit borrowings, would be included for the purpose of determining whether we had a balanced budget. And Bob is going to take advantage of that provision in 2020 with respect to the proceeds of the 2.9 borrowing from the Federal Reserve. And that change, there's no slavish devotion to breaking even. The legislature and the governor recognized that and made that change, and allows us, the MTA, to deficit finance significant amounts.
It's not unreasonable for me to conclude that there's a slavish devotion to it when you open up the meeting by saying that you're required to produce a balanced budget, and particularly if you have the ability to borrow into 2021 to balance the budget. So I mean, those comments came from your opening, not from me. It was my observation about what you said in the opening. And just one more point. Actually, that's it. I'm done. Okay. Thanks.
If we could put slide 12 back up. So here's the issue. Look at the deficits that we have. Now, these deficits do reflect that the vaccine is coming in, that there will be improvements, that there will be ridership coming back. It's all reflected in here. And we still have these out-year deficits. So we do deficit financing in 2021. That solves the problem, but we're now facing a deficit of the same magnitude in 2022. We've got to address, these deficits on a kind of consistent basis because we cannot afford to deficit finance each of these years. The market wouldn't let us do it. And, we're still going to face a wall when we come out of it. But
Right.
again,
So
it does
just
reflect the presence of a vaccine and the availability of a vaccine in the scenario.
Okay, Bob, just in response to what you just said, I don't think, certainly the unions have not been suggesting that we just one-off borrow every single year to get through this problem. Even if you achieve some of the savings that you're looking for, after the federal stimulus comes in 2021, and we're extremely confident that it's going to come. We're obviously having our own conversations, just like we did with the first bailout, and that is going. There's still a necessity to find new streams of revenue. It has to happen. Just 3 years ago or so, when the subway was imploding and falling into a state of unreliability and disrepair, in some cases really significantly, it became clear that the steady source of revenues that the MTA has enjoyed all these years is simply not enough to keep the system going. It's not enough to keep service in a state of reliability and the system in a state of good repair. So either way, you're going to have to find new revenue sources. And honestly, and frankly, the only ones that I hear talking about new revenue sources are the unions. And we would be willing to enter into an immediate conversation about new recurring revenue sources for the MTA, jointly go to Albany, seek this. Perhaps it's even time to talk about federal operating subsidies, which simply don't exist right now for big cities. And these are conversations that have to be had. So nobody's talking about just taking the unions are not talking about taking the federal money and then being static. We're talking about taking the federal money and then figuring out how to generate new revenue for the MTA. And really, that's exactly what the bosses at the MTA should be doing along with the unions, not just the unions doing it ourselves.
So John, let me make a proposal, which is that the partnership of the MTA, the unions at the local level, the international level, including you and the TWU, the business community in New York City, the real estate community, the advocates, et cetera, were effective in working together closely to get the CARES Act passed. That was important to the MTA. We've not received any funding since then. And I think that the level of cooperation that existed then and exists now, our focus first and foremost ought to be getting federal funding and doing everything we can in Washington to do that. The federal government's the only, this is a national crisis requiring a national solution. We all agree on that. And it's only the federal government that has held up by the leadership of the Republican leadership of the United States Senate, that has made it impossible for us to get additional federal funding. And that level of cooperation and teamwork, which was effective at all levels, ought to continue.
Yeah, I agree. And it certainly will continue, and we're working on that. And I think it's not unreasonable to conclude that the first bailout would have not happened. The HEROES Act would have not happened, but not for organized labor nationally and our advocacy in Washington, D.C. But just like when you talk about one-offs, the federal bailout's not going to happen every single year. It's just not going to happen. We're going to get it next year in 2021. And then after that, as we go forward, new revenue sources have to be identified. They have to come into the MTA, or you're going to be right back in this boat. Either one or two things is going to happen. You're going to be back in this boat talking about service reductions and the associated headcount reductions. Well, that is what's going to happen. And the system's going to fall into a state of good repair. I mean, it's going to fall out of a state of good repair. New revenue sources have to be identified. We're willing to work with you on that. And I just want to say one last thing, and that is that if there's any expectation from anybody in this room, whether they be board members or whether it be the bosses at the MTA, we're not going to open up our contracts and bankroll this deficit reduction. It's not going to happen. We've given so much already. And I've said it before, and Sarah Feinberg announced another 2 fatalities at the beginning of this meeting. We're not going to open up our contracts. We're not giving up concessions to bankroll this deficit. Thanks.
Understood. Commissioner Zuckerman.
So the only thing I'd add is that John is very passionate and understand where you're coming from. So just to back you up to your college or grad school economics textbooks, Keynesian economics says you do deficit financing when you think revenue is going to grow. We are a static entity that grows at like 1% with population growth and a little bit more with pricing, and then we give that up to wage increases. So we're relatively a static entity. You can't deficit finance your way in an entity that's not going to grow. And so I agree with John about revenue sources, whether you call them revenue or gaps, but we cannot deficit finance, which is why I asked the question about how we're going to close the $3 billion, because we are getting closer to approving a 2021 budget with a massive hole. And so if it's revenue sources, that's great. If they're from the state, the city, I totally agree, Pat, the federal government is the best, absolutely the best answer. But we're going to have to figure out those other places if we can't close $3 billion. And I think everything has to be on the table, to include business, to include real estate, to include the unions. Everyone wants to make sure this system can work. I will gently parrot something Frank said, which is it can't be on the backs of riders, because that's not going to be the way we're going to close this. Whether you're east or west of Hudson, it doesn't matter where you are, there's no way we can close it on the riders' back. So someone's got to pay, because we all agree the system's got to run. But it ain't going to be alone through deficit financing, because we will never grow our way out of that one.
Agreed. Let me make the last point, and then I'm going to suggest we move on to a discussion of fare and toll policy. One is it's really important to recognize that this is not just a 2020 or 2021 problem. And as Bob suggested, and as McKinsey has supported, whether it's frankly the worst case or the base case, this is a problem we're going to have in 21 and 22 and 23 and 24. And the structural deficit that we had pre-COVID is going to be exacerbated by the slide that Bob showed, with fewer people returning to work, mode change in terms of transportation, and that is going to exacerbate an existing structural deficit, point one. Point two, we are able to deficit finance only as long as there are people in the debt markets willing to lend to us at whatever they determine are market rates based on our financial condition. Obviously, everybody on the board and the public's aware that we've been serially downgraded during the pandemic. And lastly, I think we all know this, but it's worth saying, access to the municipal liquidity facility at the Fed ends by law 12/31, which is why Bob and his team are pushing to get that. And unless the federal government extends that, which is clearly uncertain, that program ends, it would not be available. And the relatively attractive financing coming out of that program would not be available post 12/31. Unless there are other questions, what I'm going to suggest is that we ask Mark Young, who's Vice President and CFO at Long Island Railroad and our lead of a multi-agency team from each agency for this cycle of fare and toll policy reviews, which we're beginning today. This is the start of the standard process for our biennial review of fare and toll policy, which has occurred every 2 years since 2010. As Bob noted in the presentation, the proposed budget, includes toll and fare increases that generate 4% in revenue yield on an annual basis, the equivalent of 2% a year, which is less than the rate of inflation. And as a reminder, just as with the November financial plan, no motions or actions are being taken today with respect to fare and toll policy. What Mark's going to present in a moment are proposed adjustments to fares and tolls, all of which are only options for consideration, and which will continue to be carefully reviewed and deliberated over the coming months, especially as the extensive public hearing process occurs and customers offer perspective and input. The only action required by the board in November on fare and toll policy is to authorize the start of this fare and toll policy hearing process. After the public hearing process, public input and comment will be taken into account, and their proposals adjusted accordingly before the board's asked to vote on a final proposal sometime in the first quarter. Mark.
Pull down the door.
Thank you, Chairman Foy. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, something's. Yeah, if you open a little door.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yes, Mark.
No.
Okay, great. While we're pulling up this presentation, let me just start. I wanted to thank the Fair Policy team. You mentioned it's been a real true collaboration between the headquarters staff and the agency staff, researching many ideas, running many scenarios. We know we have a lot of work to do going forward over the next few weeks and months, but it did take a lot of work to get to today. I also want to thank many of the board members who provided us with feedback and input and given us some additional ideas to research. It's been very helpful. The first slide that you see on the screen, I know many of you have been through this process before, but just for some of the newer members, this is the proposed timeline for the Fair Policy project. Assuming the board votes today to proceed with this process, we would hold virtual public hearings in the month of December, early December through mid-December. We would go through that process. After the hearings conclude, we would have a period of time, the board would have a period of time to deliberate, consider what was the feedback we got from the public. We'd also, from a staff perspective, be able to transcribe the minutes from the meetings and provide that to the board for consideration. The anticipation is that we could have a board vote on the fares as soon as January 2021. You'll notice that on this calendar, there's a separate vote for tolls, and that's because there is a separate process governed by state administrative procedure that governs the timeline for tolls. And based on that, the soonest the board could vote on any toll proposals would be in February of 2021. Assuming anytime after the board votes to approve any proposals, we estimate it will take staff 6 to 8 weeks to program the selling systems, whether it's fares or tolls, to implement the increases or the changes that were approved. So that is the timeline for the project. We can move to the next slide. So as you've heard many times already today, this slide just summarizes the financial plan targets for fare and toll increases. The financial plan, as you heard, assumes a 4% revenue yield generated from the fare biannual fare initiative. You see here on the slide, just for context, the prior cycle, we did approve a 4% revenue yield for fares and a 6% revenue yield on tolls. The table below just shows by area, transit, commuter rail, and bridges and tunnels, what those targets translate into. A 4% increase, it would generate $148 million in 2021, $267 million in 2022, and so on as you proceed through the financial plan. We can move to the next slide. So now we'll start just talking about each of the agencies. In each case, we'll just quickly a brief overview of the market and then go into some of the proposals or options that are available. So here you see an overview of New York City Transit's fare structure. I think the key takeaways from this slide are, one, if you look at the left, we have time-based passes, which makes up, as of 2019, that made up 51% of the market. In 2020, largely due to the pandemic, obviously, we've seen a drop in the usage of time-based passes to about 34%. Then you go down to the second large bullet, pay-per-ride Metro cards make up the vast majority of the remainder of the market, 46% in 2019, and that has grown as we saw a reduction in time-based passes. More customers in 2020 have used the Metro card pay-per-ride. That's grown to 60%. And a very, very relatively small portion of the market, 3% to 5%, depending on what year we're looking at, is related to non-Metro card fares like coins or single ride tickets. We can move to the next slide. So New York City Transit policy options that we're presenting today. So you see this is a long list. There's two categories. So the first two are what we're terming base scenarios. So that's, for lack of a better term, a simple math calculation. If all we did was say, let's increase fares by 2%, or let's raise 2% in revenue, or let's raise 4% in revenue, that's the scenario in each of these cases. And just for context, on the 2% revenue yield scenario, the base fare, and a lot of discussion is typically about the base fare, the base fare would increase by 5 cents. For the 4% scenario, the base fare would increase by 10 cents. Of course, there are other ticket types, but that's the base fare impact of those two proposals. Of course, if the board acts today, the MTA and the board would have the ability to choose a revenue yield as high as 4% or anything less than 4%. The remainder of the items on this page reflect the interest of the board to get public comment and feedback on a wide variety of ideas that you are all interested in learning what the feedback is. So the next 6 or 7 on this page are those types of policy options. The first proposal is a proposal to eliminate the 7 and 30-day passes, the unlimited 7 and 30-day passes. And under that scenario, the base fare would not increase at all. And in fact, in the 2% scenario, the model shows we would actually have a 10-cent decrease in the base fare. The second option on this page is a proposal or an option to keep the base fare flat and keep it at $2.75. And then in order to generate the 4% revenue yield or whatever yield we decided, we would increase the price on the 7 and the 30-day passes. The fourth option is an option to eliminate coin usage or acceptance in the bus system. This coordinates and leads up to the launch of Omni, which currently does not support the acceptance of coin on the buses. And it would be in conjunction with a large effort as part of Omni to establish a outside non-MTA retail network for customers to purchase cards to access our system. I think it's 4,000 to 5,000 non-MTA retail locations are expected to be made available to the public. The next item on the list here is an option to essentially simplify this process we currently have in place today that allows for seniors and others to access a reduced fare at New York City Transit. Currently, they're required to, many go to a ticket booth, need to present ID in order to access that fare. What Transit is proposing to look into is establishing an online process, a web-based online process to make it easier for customers to enroll in that reduced fare program. It would involve extensive outreach and even a consideration of a mobile van to be deployed in various places to encourage outreach and enrollment. In addition, there's a consideration being made to no longer requiring senior citizens to submit a notarized form in order to get access to this program. The next option on this page is an option to increase what we call the green fee, which is the MetroCard replacement fee. It's currently $1. We have the option to increase that fee up to $3. And that's the option that's on the table for consideration. The final two on this page pertain to the single ride ticket, which I mentioned earlier is a relatively small portion of the market. The first proposal would eliminate the single ride ticket entirely. And the second is a proposal that would, or an option that would authorize us to increase the base fare of the single ride ticket by up to $1. So those are the options that are on the table for consideration in New York City Transit. So why don't we move on to the railroads? So here's a similar slide for the commuter railroads. I think the key takeaway here, similar to what we saw in transit, is if you look at the pie graphs, you'll notice for both Long Island Railroad and Metro North, the blue is commutation tickets. And you can see how between 2019 and 2020, the share of the market that is utilizing the commutation tickets has dropped dramatically as work patterns have changed. We can move to the next slide. The railroad options that are for consideration, again, similar to New York City Transit, we have run 2 scenarios related plain vanilla, no policy changes, but a base 2% revenue yield and a base 4% revenue yield. In both cases, as we've done in prior cycles, there's a cap on an increase on any single ticket. So in these cases, any increase, because there's so many different fares, unlike transit, which has one flat fare, at the railroads there are many zones, many ticket types, there would be a cap. No increase could be more than 6% unless it's 50 cents or less. So that's the way to control the increase on an individual basis. There are 3 other policy options that are listed here for consideration. The first is potentially a pilot program that would say the monthly and weekly commutation market, let's hold their fares flat, no increase for them. And the way we would generate revenue for the financial plan is to place the increase entirely on non-commutation tickets. So again, there's a wide variety of tickets and many zones. What that would translate into is a increase on those other ticket types of between 7.5% and in one small case, I believe it's just one case, there would be an increase of up to 16%. But most of the increases on the non-commutations would fall between 7 and 10%. The next item on this list is called flat fares. So as most of you know, Long Island Railroad currently has 8 fare zones. Metro North has 10 fare zones. So what this proposal or option is it takes all of those zones and condenses them to 2 each. 2 in Long Island Railroad and 2 in Metro North, essentially a city zone and a non-city zone. We would only have 3 fares. We would have 1 fare for everybody traveling within the city, no matter what time of day. 1 fare for everybody traveling outside of the city, no matter what time of day. And 1 fare for everybody traveling between the city and the non-city zone. So this is a very simplified fare structure. The last item on this list is the mail-in ride program, which some of you may be familiar with. This is a program where customers established a few decades ago, customers establish accounts and then they have tickets mailed to them. This is an expensive, relatively expensive program for the railroad. So the proposal here is to migrate all of these customers, of which they've greatly diminished, I should say. At the peak, there were about 60,000 customers using mail and ride between the 2 railroads. We're now less than 10,000. We would migrate these customers to a mobile ticket solution. So they would still be considered in the program, but instead of spending all that money on printing and mailing them tickets, we would deliver it to them on eTix and Omni in the future. That's the railroad proposal. Then bridges and tunnels. You see here, again, an overview. I think the key point to make in this slide is on the top left. 95% of the market share is Easy Pass users, of which 88% are New York City Easy Pass users. So, that's significant because as you know, the toll for Easy Pass users is discounted from the full toll that non-Easy Pass users pay when they utilize our crossings. We could move to the next slide. These are the options that we're seeking public comment on as part of this process. So the first item establishes a 8% revenue yield from the tolls. And what that would translate to is an increase of up to $6.70 for Easy Pass New York customers on the major crossings. In addition, per the existing structure, there still would be different prices, whether you have an Easy Pass, you don't have an Easy Pass, the type of vehicle you ride, etc. Other things to note on this page are we are seeking comment on variable pricing to get public feedback on an option to charge different tolls based on the time of day of travel, as well as gridlock alert days, certain days where we know there'll be intense traffic. This would be an option to change tolls on those days. In addition, there's an option to look at different tolls on the type of crossing, whether tunnel versus bridge, as an example. And of course, the existing resident discounts that are in place would be affected by these changes should any of them be made. We can move to I think the last slide. This is just going back to the public hearings for a second. The proposal is to hold a total of 8 hearings, all virtual, between December 1st and December 21st. 6 would be, I'll say, with attendance from the board and MTA leadership. 2 would be additional opportunities for the public to record their comments and present their comments. We will be releasing, I believe today, the much more detailed calendar of the schedule of these hearings. As far as the format, it's going to be a Zoom webinar format, again, virtual. It's not like we have these board meetings. The time limit for each hearing would be 240 minutes per hearing of testimony, public testimony. On this slide, you see up to 3,000 participants. That doesn't mean 3,000 participants providing testimony. It means that the system accommodates 3,000 individuals who can view the proceedings and potentially ask questions in chat rooms that will be set aside for staff to engage with the public. And that's a summary of the public hearing. So Chairman Foy, that concludes the formal presentation.
Mark, thank you and good job. And before I open it up for discussion and questions, I want to note 3 things, please. One is all of these proposals are options for consideration. Today is the start of discussion with the board and the public and the beginning of a public comment process in the following months at public hearings as well, all of which I plan on attending virtually. And I look forward to being joined by my colleagues on the board and from the agencies and MTA leadership as well. Point 1. Point 2, second, I note that the fare proposals are up to a 4% revenue yield, consistent with the budget and the agency's biennial fare increase cycle. This cycle, the proposed toll increases are up to 8%. This is consistent with the prior fare and toll review in 2019 when tolls were increased 6% higher than the increase on fares. Third, finally, I want to thank all the members of the board who contributed ideas and proposals for consideration in this cycle. This is, as Mark described, one of the more wide-ranging and creative sets of options the agency's considered appropriate for the unusual time we're in. And I especially want to thank Mark for his tremendous leadership of a complex process so far and his fair-minded approach, and look forward to all the discussions and work that we'll continue to do in the weeks and months to come. And with that, questions or comments for Mark? Andrew,
Yeah, thank you.
Bob Lynn, David Mack.
On the issue of the commuter fares, given the way people are traveling these days, which is a few days a week, or it's unknown what days they'll be traveling, why wasn't a 40 or 50 trip ticket considered versus a monthly? That way you could use it as you saw fit, and you wouldn't be, flung into a actually calendar month, but you could use it that way, and there would be a discount for that many trips purchased.
Yeah, so Andrew, it's a good question. It was considered. Work is continuing to be done on it. We have issues and concerns about it, but that was one of a number of options explored that didn't make it into the presentation today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lynn, Commissioner Mack.
So I don't know whether it is too late, but yesterday or the day before in the press clips, there was a story of Chicago going to a weekend fare card, either a weekend day or a whole weekend, which seemed as an approach to get more riders to use and really increase revenues from group that wouldn't have used it before. Is that something we've ever considered? Is it something to think about?
Mark?
Well, first I work Long Island Railroad, so I'm more familiar with the railroad. So there is a city ticket today that for the commuter railroads that offers a discount to customers if they, for the same day, they buy the ticket on a Saturday and a Sunday. As far as this round of proposals, there's no such option that we've reviewed up until this point.
Commissioner Mack, Commissioner Kulisi. Hey, David, Commissioner Mack, I think you're muted.
Okay, how about now?
That works fine. Thank you, David.
I have some questions and concerns about the flat fare proposal for the commuter railroads. This is a proposal that requires careful and serious review and a full and thoughtful deliberation over the coming months. What approach do other sister agencies with commuter rail system, as we mentioned, Chicago or Boston, use flat fare and distance-based fares? It would be important to find out how we compare at this particular time, and I'm very much concerned that any flat fare proposal would increase fares on most of our customers, including all of Nassau County customers, particularly the essential workers, first responders who are riding right now and who have performed hard and heroic work throughout this entire pandemic. The two railroads, Metro North and Long Island Railroad, have always been different from New York City Transit, where flat fares have been the norm for decades. And I am very optimistic that the new Biden administration, with the help of hopefully our two senators, Gillibrand and Schumer, who will have a lot to say, but knowing Biden personally for 35 years, I think that he's a deal maker.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kulisi.
Thank you, Chairman. So there's a couple of things I just want to touch on. Number one, I want to thank, I know there's a lot of changes happening on accessibility. I know Alex is gone. We posted for the job. I look forward to seeing that new person come in. And I know that outgoing Vice President of Paratransit, Michael Cosgrove, is leaving. I want to thank him for his years of service at MTA and congratulate on his retirement. And I believe his last day is November 30th. So thank you, Mike. And I look forward to working with Craig and Deputy Vice President for Paratransit, Dan Romaldi, until a new VP comes on. And I hope that the search is posted and large, and more importantly, is someone that's progressive in moving paratransit forward. Now, Mark, my question for you is, do you expect any fare increases for Accessora?
Let me check that for a second. Notes. Under the options we've considered, if we increase the a single ride base fare per the pay per ride options that I've indicated, there is a potential in these scenarios that would be under consideration by the board where the maximum increase for Accessora for a one-way fare would be 25 cents. And that would be up to the board.
Okay, yeah, I just, I would love to see that presented in the slides. So
okay,
or anything that happens next time, that'll be great. And I look forward to having a lengthy conversation about that increase. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Law.
Thanks, Pat. I'm going to sound repetitive from my earlier comments, but ridership is depressed. McKinsey tells us it's going to be depressed for the foreseeable future. We need to lure riders back. Increasing fares is not a way to lure riders back. I really seriously believe that if we were to cut fares, at least for 21, we may generate more revenues by increasing ridership than if we increase fares and continue the depressed ridership. And I really think we need to examine that. And, I'm going to encourage Bob and his team to look at that and have that be part of the public hearing process. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Kevin. Commissioner Schwartz.
Yeah, just a point of order. I mean, I'll ask our general counsel, but to the issue that Kevin just raised, and I just want to make sure that all board members are aware, because I ran into this thing 2 years ago. My understanding is if we vote to begin the public hearing process, right, that putting other options for public comment, including a fair discount, would not be available. We'd have to schedule another public hearing process. So if there are other options that board members were looking for beyond the ones that Mark just went through, we would have to add them now, today, prior to taking a vote. Otherwise, we run into a problem, the same problem I ran into 2 years ago. Is that accurate and correct?
Commissioner, in terms of the public hearings, we do have to present all of the options to the public for public hearings. In terms of decreases, at least temporary decreases as opposed to increases in any form, I do believe that they can be considered without public hearings, sort of like what we did with the Atlantic Ticket pilot program for temporary things that do not increase the fare to anyone. But the general proposition that you stated is correct, that options for changes in fares, permanent changes, would need to be included in the notice before we can move forward.
And Larry, the public notice is an envelope beyond which we cannot exceed fares.
Right. I just want to make sure, to Kevin Law's point, that he understands, the issue that he raised can be considered and discussed when public hearings take place. So I just want to say, Mark, thank you and your team for the hard work you put into this thing. This is the first time since I've been on the board that we've actually demonstrated some innovation, imagination, and creativity in looking at various alternatives and scenarios rather than a status quo 2%, 4% across the board fare increase that impacts everyone. And I shout out to the board, because this board, in some level, the prior board, has begun to take a more proactive role that's resulted in many positive achievements, from PTC to these alternative fares to many other things. I'm not going to go into all of them. Obviously, from my perspective, and I'm sure it's the perspective of all the board members, if not the vast majority, I'm opposed to any fare increase. I understand a fare and toll increase results in a bigger deficit problem and a bigger problem for the board. So obviously, we need to put this out there to get public comment and public input, because I want to hear what the ridership has to say. But I'm going to take the same position again that I took 2 years ago. I don't think fares for the people that depend on the MTA's mass transit system should pay more. It's for the casual rider that I believe should be paying more in offsetting any increases that the riders that depend on the system. That is why I like freezing the New York City subway fare at $2.75, because it would actually mean a $2.65 fare. It would be a 10-cent decrease. That is why I believe the 30-day commuter fare, these are people that depend on the mass transit system to get to work. That shouldn't be increased, as opposed to the casual daily rider that buys a off-peak ticket or to go to a show, a restaurant, the doctor, or has a trial in New York City. So I'm all in favor of that. The other thing I want to say is, right now I'm somewhat in favor of eliminating the time-based passes, because I believe there's been a lot of fraud associated with them. The one thing, Mark, that I want to better understand, and probably other board members have, I know David Jones has raised the issue of equity, is I'd really like to see on the 7-day time-based fares, if you have it by zip code or by something, who are purchasing those 7-day time-based passes. Because again, I'm not here to hurt the people that need and depend and rely on the system the most. The people that can afford more should pay more. The people that can't shouldn't. But I'm also concerned with the 7-day and the 30-day. There's been a lot of fraud associated with these things that hurts people that pay the $2.75 trip on New York City subway. So again, my goal is not to see the base fare increase for both bus and subway riders, and also for those people that depend most on the commuter rails, those monthly pass holders. Again, the people that depend on the system the most should be held harmless, and the people that are casual riders who use the system, they can. It's the best deal in town. They'll never find an alternative source of transportation other than walking to get from point A to point B, whether it's coming into the city or going from one part of the city to another, than our MTA system. So my thing is, for those casual people, they could probably absorb a little more.
Commissioner Herman, Commissioner Zuckerman, Commissioner Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. This was excellent. But to what Andrew said, I'm just concerned that we should add the option, since, as Larry brought up, if we don't add it, then we can't consider it. The change in commutation that the pandemic has accelerated with telecommuting, I think, is here to stay. And me personally, when I was commuting, I went down to a 3-day a week, and I would have loved to have had a more than a 10-trip option that worked for me. So 24, 25, 30, 40, whatever. And I talked to a lot of people who would also like to see that. So I would like that option to be there for public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Zuckerman, Commissioner Lynn.
I'm sorry, I was going to make a joke earlier that I after 20 years of doing consumer survey work about what people want to pay for things, there's a 100% chance people would like a lower fare. So I'm pretty sure we don't need to go test that notion. But I think Larry's serious, and so my humor is less appropriate now. But I do want to thank Mark. I do agree with Larry. This is the most creative we've gotten. I do think actually Tom Prendergast's regularity of pricing was useful for predictability, but we are not in a predictable era. And some of the proposals, including the one that I authored, and which Mark has made much more clear and much more reasonable and thoughtful than what I drafted. I do look forward to public opinion because I do believe there are opportunities for greater fairness in our system, and I think worthy of debate. And whether we solve it this time around or in the future, I do think worthy of real exploration for a lower D democratic approach to how we run transit.
Thank you. Commissioner Lynn, Commissioner Glucksman.
So I would like to go back to the concept of, I guess Kevin had a broader idea than mine, which was discounts to bring people back in and to increase demand. I really would love us to have a transportation economist who can talk to us at this point in time where temporary programs might be really important. And perhaps the elasticity of demand is such that lowering rates really would entice a lot of people back sooner than perhaps McKinsey is suggesting. I think it would be nice to have that advice given to us and to be able to think intelligently about what our possibilities are, especially if we go in the lowering of price. That's something that doesn't require a process of public discussion. I think we should get some advice as to what could make sense.
Commissioner Glucksman.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Great job on that. I support the recommendation by Commissioner Zuckerman for the fare-based by zone. Economists coming along would be great. I like also having the option of the multi-ride tickets, as Commissioner Herman mentioned, and anything else we can do to get riders back on the train. Just one factual thing, Chicago's Metro has had weekend passes for so many years, so it's not a new concept. Thank you.
So Mark, question for you. Can we do one of the pilots that the board members have just discussed without putting it in, given the fact it's a pilot, without putting it in the notice that will go out following what I assume will be approval of the start of the process?
We've talked about that a lot at a staff level. I prefer if maybe Tom Quigley or from a legal perspective, they just confirm whether that's permissible.
Understanding is that in the notice, we have preserved the ability to reduce fares by up to 7% on transit. But we do not have anything, any clear-cut optionality in the two railroads, okay? We'd like to look at this and make sure part of it would depend on the scope of the pilot that we are talking about and the impact. So we would need to look at that. I can't give you a clear-cut answer right now.
Hey, Tom, it's Kevin. Why don't you just add the suburban railroads in to the pilot, into the notice? And now we're covered. And we're not making any decisions. We're just covering all our bases today. We'll hear the public and we'll make our decisions next month.
So I'm just curious, let's take a straw poll. Who's in favor of the proposal that Kevin made, not for adoption, but for inclusion in the public notice?
I am.
Wait, sorry, but can you just repeat what his proposal is explicitly? Thank you.
Hey, Kevin, would you repeat your proposal if you would?
Sure. We should have a proposal in there to reduce by a certain percent the fares for the suburban rails in order to increase ridership and lure our riders back.
All right, so why don't we do a straw poll? Do you want to just tick off board members' names, Tom?
But what is the question?
The question is, Linda, whether the public notice would include a pilot, not a permanent program, a pilot which would allow for lower pricing for non-5-day-a-week commuters, as I understand it. And it would run for a period of time, but not be permanent, and it would run for a short period of time in light of the economic situation caused by the pandemic.
And just so I understand, a poll is sort of advisory, right? It's not binding.
No, I want to get a sense of the board as to how many members would be in favor of putting it in the public notice, which has, which is a impenetrable legal document, that's translated into a number of languages, et cetera.
Pat, before we take a poll of board members, I want to ask Kevin a question. Kevin, I just want to make sure I understand what you're interested in. The board could offer as a pilot and put in the public hearing notice a 16-day ticket, which is twice a week, a month, a 24 ticket, we'd have to price it out. Mark's team would have to price it out. And so for people that are not going to take the railroad 5 days a week, there would be a new ticket option for people that are going to just telecommute part of the week and go in part of the week. And just so, are you more interested in providing other ticket incentives, which obviously lowers the cost for some people to get them back on the subway versus the monthly ticket? Or you're just interested in lowering ticket prices? Because from my perspective, I wouldn't lower the ticket price for someone that is a casual rider that takes the train in 1 day a week or one day every other week. Because my attitude is the drive into the city would cost you 10 times as much as taking the train. So I'm just, for me and maybe the other board members, before we start taking a poll or on these things, I'm just trying to understand which option is more attractive to you and maybe other board members.
Larry, thanks for having me clarify that. Yeah, my major concern is like yours, the regular commuters. And those are the ones who we're trying to lure back, because the pie chart that was shown to us shows we've lost a significant amount of them. And so helping the daily commuters out, and your other idea of the flexibility, and I think Andrew or Randy mentioned it before, having a certain day amount of tickets and not just a calendar monthly ticket. We should give them both. And those two things, I think, will help lure riders back, even if they are working remotely a couple of days a week. So thanks for allowing me to clarify.
And Larry, that's for commuter rail, not for subways.
Yes.
So Mark, Pat, can I just maybe
Please say
it's asking Mark to put together a scenario that addresses Kevin's concerns?
Yes, before I respond, I think Tom Quigley wanted to add something to this conversation.
In the current version of the notice, we include language that says the board would retain authority to offer revocable pilot programs or conduct field studies that provide discounts on some or all types of tickets. Again, what we have been talking about is whether to go forward with that or whether to add a specific provision such as the one that provides for the possibility of a 7% discount on transit, adding that to the railroads. So if it is a limited pilot program with set discounts, it is possible to go forward with the present notice. But if you want to consider something more broadly, we can amend the notice to add language with respect to the railroads that we already have for transit.
Commissioner Mahika. Hey, Robert, we can't hear you.
So I guess, can I?
Hayda, and then Larry.
So I guess the question is, Kevin, do you agree with Larry's scenario where we ask Mark to put together something that offers a discount in certain number of rides going in and out of Manhattan, as opposed to just looking for a fare decrease?
I prefer both. I like Larry's suggestion, but I was looking for reducing the fares of the daily commuters, because that is a way to attract ridership.
Right.
Right.
Look,
Robert
Larry,
is back
Larry, you
on, I
go.
think.
Linda.
Just
I think I'm just saying Robert, I think, is back on.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. If Larry, you want to go first, you can go ahead.
Well, just a point of clarification from Tom. If you were to do a 6-month pilot and then you find out from a 6-month pilot that it worked out great and you wanted to make it permanent, would we be able to make it permanent, or we'd have to wait another year and a half? I mean, so what is the legal process if you do a pilot and you say the pilot runs for 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and the pilot ends, and now you want to make it permanent? What's the process? What's the legal process?
You could do public hearings after 6 months and theoretically seek a fare and toll increase or a change in the fare and tolls at that point in time, even though it's outside the ordinary cycle of fare and toll changes. So yes, you could do it in 6 months.
Okay, Commissioner Mahica.
Tom, I understand. Thank you, Chairman. Tom, can you just explain to me again what exactly we would be authorizing and compare it to what we're doing for transit? Because I'm still unclear.
So currently in the notice, there is a provision that says that we would have the optionality to reduce fares by offering a discount of, I believe it's up to 7%. There is no similar language pertaining to the railroads. So what we would be doing would be changing the notice to include that kind of optionality for the railroads, as one of the options is to offer a discount of up to, whether it's 7% or some other percentage.
Okay, and then to underscore just Larry's point, then what does that mean for both? What does it mean? So for transit and for the railroads, now that you have this optionality, what would it mean going forward? So how, if you were to authorize it for one or both, and how would you implement it and for how long? We're trying to understand the process.
So Commissioner, first we're talking about the notice that goes out to the public. So that is the notice. So that is sort of the universe of things that could be discussed at the public hearing. It would be discussed at the public hearing. The board would then have to vote, presumably January, February, or at some point like that, as to exactly which of the many options that are laid out in the public notice the board would be voting on and adopting and putting forward and going forward. So once it's in the notice, the board can adopt it and without any further notice. The situation that we have to avoid is the board voting in January on February on something that is not been in the public notice, other than sort of this limited exception to discounts in a pilot program.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Pat, can I be heard?
Linda.
Thank you. I just want to make the general remark that I think pilots are very useful, right, to further innovation and get us a good collective of ideas. I think we can be agnostic as to the source of ideas. So however that can be folded in appropriately, if it's not already in the materials, in a general sense, I'm certainly in favor of that.
Great. Andrew, let me just make a comment before Andrew does, which is a month's delay in whatever, assuming the toll and fare increases were to proceed at the 4% level with the changes, and a higher rate on tolls cost us about $15 million a month, and our deficits are measured in billions of dollars. I'm a I'm a commuter, as is everybody in my family. It's true of all board members. And cheaper is certainly better in this economy. But we have deficits in the billions of dollars, and toll and fare increases are already baked into the financial plan. Andrew.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that much as the pilot of Atlantic Ticket has brought riders that heretofore didn't ride the railroad to the railroad, filling empty seats and even causing them to purchase larger size Metro cards, I think Kevin's idea of lower fares in a certain way, whether it's a 40 ride ticket or something else, would also bring riders to the railroad. And the PCAC has actually done an analysis of what lower fares would do to off-peak ridership and the like. And we think it's a great idea. And one final word is, if we put this in, if we put something to the wording that Tom Quigley mentioned into the public notice, do we have to put an end date on a pilot? Because I don't know that pilots have to have end dates.
No, the pilot does not have to have an end date, and pilots can be extended as we've done in the past. So no, we don't need the end date.
Can I make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman? Unless I misunderstood our general counsel, there is flexibility in this public hearing notice to add some of the options prior to the public hearing process starting, at least on a pilot basis. And rather than, because we get into these situations from time to time where these things come up at the last second, and then we need to do some due diligence and drill down on it, and we don't have the time, and then we run the risk of making mistakes that we regret. If the flexibility already exists, then I would suggest, and I would love to work with you, Kevin, and anybody else on the board, to look at these different options that we just talked about and make sure they get added in at a minimum as a pilot and published prior to the first public hearing. Because if there's already flexibility that we can do this without causing a delay in the public hearing process, or have to open up a second public hearing process a month later, then why don't we just work over the next few days or a week, since these public hearings don't start until like December, and figure this out and come up with some kind of concrete proposals.
Mark, just point of a clarification, when do we have to publish this, or can we wait to incorporate what Larry is saying?
The public notice needs to be published today after this hearing in order to meet various requirements for publication.
But we can't wait until Friday?
No, the assumption we've made is it's published today. If it's Thursday or Friday, the schedule will slip a day or two. And the public hearing schedule will have to change because we're not going to schedule hearings on Hanukkah or Christmas or Kwanzaa. So there'll be, some day-to-day slippage, more or less. I think the suggestion that Tom Quigley take a look at it, not on the fly, and see what flexibility we have, I think is a sound one. And if there's a consensus on that, I'd propose that Mark briefly describe the actual action item for board approval today, and let's take a vote on it. With that,
before we take it,
yeah, Robert.
I'm sorry, but before you take a vote, I just wanted to ask a couple questions. When you finish.
Over to you.
Okay. I haven't seen anything that shows that our ridership decline is related to the pandemic, right? That's why we're down ridership 80% on the railroads, 70% on the subways, 50% on the buses. I haven't seen any evidence that shows it's related to our fare policy. Fare policy hasn't changed in 2 years. So before we start trying now on the fly to start adjusting fare policy to deal with the ridership decline, which was completely changed as a result of the pandemic. I'd like to have more thought to it before we start doing things quickly at a board meeting that we haven't done real analysis for. So what you just suggested, I think makes more sense. We should think this through because the whole point, no one wants to do fare increases at all. So I don't think there's any desire from anyone on this board to do any type of fare increases, right? The only reason we're doing any type of fare increases is because we have to, one, to deal with the financial plan that was in place pre-pandemic. Two is because we're bleeding money everywhere and ridership is way down. And I haven't seen anything that says that our fare policies is what's contributing to the ridership decline. So let's be a little more thoughtful about this before we just go ahead and make changes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pat?
Hey, Robert, it's a good point, and you might have missed my earlier comments, and that was, my point was, we just heard that we got a presentation on McKinsey, and it was all about depressed ridership, and it wasn't coming back. And my main point was a surefire way not to help solve that issue is to be increasing fares. And if we're trying to attract riders back, it doesn't really make sense to be increasing fares. That's the main point. Thank you.
Commissioner Mack.
Yeah. Pat, I like what you said, and I like what Robert said. And I think we should give it some thought with this pilot project. I think we should go ahead, and if we have to postpone, we should do it.
All right, so here's what I'm going to propose. I think we ought to ask Mark to describe the resolution. We will not publish the public notice today. We'll see whether in a fairly short order we can come on a rational, sensible basis to incorporating pilots to the extent they're not included in the language that Tom Quigley suggested, and delay the publication of the notice no longer than 5 business days. And if it can be done shorter, I think that would be better. Mark, why don't you describe the resolution, if you would?
Sure. So the action item before you, per that action item, the MTA is seeking board authorization to proceed with the steps necessary to consider proposals for fare and toll changes, including the issuance of public notices and the holding of the virtual public hearings to elicit public comment on the proposals. So as staff, we're recommending moving forward and seeking approval from the board.
All right, good. I'm going to recommend this action for board approval. Do I have a second? Commissioner Mack seconds. All in favor? Opposed or abstentions? All right, that passes. I'm going to ask Jano Leavitt to provide an update on C&D. Jano.
Excuse me, Pat, before you go.
Norman, sorry, I didn't mean to overlook you if you had your hand up.
Well, apparently the raise your hand function isn't working in my computer. But and then, I have 1,000 things about the debate I'd like to comment on, and I'll relieve you of having to listen to them. But I do want to ask about the Q&A portion of the fare hearings that are going forward. How do you plan to manage that? Why are we doing it at this particular moment in time? I guess, people don't like to just have us sit there and listen to them, and they want to hear our responses. But as you hear in this conversation here, 17 board members, there's probably at least 17 positions on how we should raise fares and accommodate our loyal riders. I don't see how that's going to help the public process on the fare hearings. And with that, I apologize for interrupting you.
So Norman, I'd respectfully disagree. I think that this year there is a wider, bless you, this year there is a wider range of options that has been the case in the past. And I think the points about innovation and creativity and board contribution are well taken. I think that, some of the choices are likely to be approved by this board and others not. We just had a good discussion on the fly with respect to the possibility of a pilot. If your question also spoke to how the public hearing process is going to work, Mark can speak to that in detail. But there are going to be a number of hearings, 4 hours apiece. People will be able to comment on those virtual hearings. People will be able to record on a voicemail, and people will be able to email comments in as well. All those comments will be provided to the board and will inform the decision on fares and tolls for each of the agencies.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to imply that you didn't have a good reason for all the different proposals here. And there's many of these that I associate myself with. I have a couple I'd like to add, but like I said, I'll leave you alone and address it with you at another time. You and I probably already considered it, but carry on.
Okay. All right. That motion carries. And Jano.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm going to be brief. The capital program remains mostly on pause due to the financial crisis. And in fact, we're going to finish this year with under 40% of the commitments, the capital commitments that I promised to you at the outset of 2020, obviously due to the financial crisis brought on by COVID. The CPOC report, the CPOC materials you received have an update on several key projects from prior capital programs, including major resignaling projects. I and the independent engineer are obviously available to answer questions. But I'm going to leave it at that, though we're advancing a fair amount of work because of the time situation. Obviously, we all remain hopeful, but the C&D team, which has gotten ready for the bigger capital program that we all were expecting to do, remain hopeful that there will be action from Washington timely that will quickly allow us to resume the aggressive capital program set in motion by the governor and the legislature at the outset of this year. Thank you.
Oh, forgive me. Any questions for Jano? Thank you. All right, good. The minutes of the October joint meeting and minutes from each committee have been distributed to all members. Are there any corrections or omissions?
Yes, Pat, your very first paragraph is rife with errors, including the misspelling of the word wearing and other grammatical things. So if you fix your first paragraph of your report, it'll be fine.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I move the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Minutes are approved. Thanks. Now we'll hear from Kathy Rinaldi on Metro North. Kathy.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My report this month, which I'm going to try to zip through in light of the time, is going to highlight our second year of accomplishments as part of our Way Ahead strategic plan, which continues around the railroad despite the pandemic. The detailed Way Ahead report can be found in today's agenda materials. We launched Way Ahead in October of 2018 as our roadmap for Metro North's future. It details initiatives designed to set the standard for safety, reliability, and innovation in the delivery of excellent service to our customers. Way Ahead was launched before COVID-19 dramatically changed our ridership patterns. Even before the pandemic, our customers' expectations were evolving. And now as they continue to return to our system, our customers expect more. Way Ahead provides the basis for welcoming our customers back into a system that is safe and secure. Guided by our past experiences, we look forward to developing an even stronger Metro North for the future. We're continuing to put the safety of our customers and employees first with the following initiatives. First and foremost, we remain on schedule to have full PTC functionality across the railroad by the end of this year. Since mid-August, we've had PTC operability on 100% of our tracks, or 244.3 route miles east of the Hudson River. All Hudson Line and Harlem Line trains and Danbury Branch trains are operating in full PTC. We've completed testing PTC software on the New Haven Line's M8 cars and are in the process of obtaining the safety certifications that will allow New Haven Line electric trains to enter PTC operations at the end of November. Amtrak trains are also interoperable on the Hudson and New Haven lines. I want to give a shout out to our interdepartmental team for keeping the momentum going through the end of 2020, when all of our trains will be operating with full PTC. We've heard loud and clear from our customers that they're looking for more information about crowding on board our trains as they begin to return to the system. I was happy to announce this past Monday that Train Time, our Train Time app, can now help customers see real-time crowding and capacity tracking before they get on a train. This functionality is now available on our M7 train cars on the Hudson and Harlem lines, and will bring the same functionality to our M8 fleet later this year, followed by our coach fleet. A big thank you to the team comprised of Metro North and MTA folks for implementing this major enhancement for our customers. Just last month, we announced that we're testing a new revolutionary air purification system that can kill COVID-19 and virtually all other viruses. This is a first-of-its-kind program that brings our existing filtration system to a new, enhanced level. We remain focused on improving our customers' day-to-day experience while we continue to provide a reduced schedule. October's service reliability operated above goal at 98.3% and stands at 97.9% year-to-date, which is 3.6% better than in 2019. West of Hudson service also remains high at 96.7%, with year-to-date at 95.1%, which is a 5.3% improvement over last year. This month, we launched a new accessibility task force that will provide a forum for the exchange of information about Metro North services and facility accessibility as they relate to persons with disabilities and their transportation needs. This task force is comprised of representatives from New York City Mayor's Office, each of the counties in which we operate, New Jersey Transit, Connecticut DOT, PCAC, the Metro North Commuter Council, and Metro North leadership. I especially want to thank board members Herman, Glucksman, and Khaleesi for joining us at our kickoff meeting. To further enhance the customer experience, we recently installed help points equipped with security cameras at 14 stations. These help points connect customers directly to MTA police in emergency situations. The installation of these cameras gives us additional tools to help keep everyone safe, while also giving our customers peace of mind as they continue to return to the system. Finally, we remain focused on maintaining and improving our infrastructure. While operating a reduced schedule, we've expanded our Smart Track program, which allows crews to undertake critical infrastructure work by strategically shutting down continuous segments of track, giving multiple work groups extended and uninterrupted access to maintain and improve our system. Thanks to the efforts of our dedicated workforce in the M&W groups, we expedited and replaced 4 track switches at a critical interlocking directly south of Scarsdale Station a year early and in less time than originally planned, which resulted in less impact to our customers and train service. Our customers also completed track rehabilitation work in Grand Central Terminal, and this has led to a considerable reduction in FRA and track maintenance exceptions. Taking advantage of substitute bus service on the Waterbury branch, we installed 27 miles of communication and signal cable for the Waterbury Cab Signal project, which is a precursor to bringing PTC to the Waterbury branch. We upgraded 6 grade crossing track pads and installed tubular delineators to improve vehicular safety at 37 grade crossings, with the remaining crossings to be completed by the middle of next year. And finally, to mitigate against extreme weather events such as Tropical Storm Isaias in August, which toppled over 300 trees across our tracks and catenary systems, we have continued to accelerate our tree trimming program to cut back or remove trees in danger of falling on our tracks and wires. I want to recognize and thank our employees at all levels for dealing with the challenges that we face from the pandemic, both at work and at home, while at the same time remaining focused and committed to progressing the initiatives that we've outlined in the Way Ahead report. I am proud of their hard work and effort, and I thank them on behalf of our customers. And I would like to wish all of them and all of you and all of our customers a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions for Kathy? All right, good. Thank you. Let's hear from Phil Lang on the Long Island Railroad briefly.
Thank you, Pat. Good afternoon, everyone. As we're facing rising COVID numbers across the country and the world, we want our customers to know that we continue to do all we can to keep each other safe. We all know that by now, wearing masks is one of our best protection in all situations. And I can't stress enough to our workforce and our customers how important this is. Mass distribution to customers and messaging and PPE distribution to employees remains in high gear. And 8 months in, our teams are still going strong with our enhanced cleaning and disinfecting across the railroad, at stations, on trains, and our employee facilities. As for ridership during the month of October, it was steady at 28% of our pre-pandemic weekday levels, exceeding projected levels. Discretionary and weekend ridership remains stronger than weekdays. And I'm proud to say for the customers who are taking our trains, we remain committed to a more reliable ride for them. In October, our on-time performance hit 97.2%, which is a record for that month. A credit to our managers and our dedicated workforce who continue to deliver necessary infrastructure improvements, providing us the opportunity to achieve these figures. And I'll cite just one example, but truly indicative of these efforts. Track circuits. We have over 3,000 of them, and they're a vital part of our signal system. When a circuit fails, signals, switches, and most importantly, train movement is impacted. Track circuits rely on many components of the track, the power system, rails, joints, switches, power, transformers, relays, track wire, circuit protection, and other associated items. Even debris can affect track circuits. Simply put, everything including the kitchen sink can impact track circuits. So as far on the Long Island Railroad Forward, we made track circuit reliability a priority. In 2018, we had 86 track circuit failures that led to delays. In 2019, we beat our goal by reducing failures by 44%, lowering that number to 44 failures that year. And we doubled down and recommitted to further improving in 2020. And to date, we've only had 17 failures of track circuits. This represents for the same time period, January through October, over a 60% reduction from last year and 77% reduction from 2018. October is also when we start to see the effects of fall season and associated low adhesion. Every year, and as promised, we're getting better at tackling this issue proactively. To date, with increased speeds and 2 laser trains in operations, we've already cleaned 2,051 miles of track to date, compared to 160 miles for the same time period in 2019, an increase in track miles cleaned by 1,182%. So building off of last year's successes, we're continuing to see more promising returns from the laser train, and I look forward to reporting in more detail next month. This is a worldwide industry problem, and we know that we're never going to completely eliminate slip slide conditions, but we're doing everything we can to proactively mitigate Mother Nature's effect on our system. So in addition to supporting major capital work, our engineering team has been hard at work fortifying our infrastructure across the system. Track crews have installed over 10,000 concrete ties, over 20,000 linear feet of continuous welded rail, and 4 turnouts. Signal crews replaced 6 crossing gate mechanisms, switch machine, and 1 signal location. Power crews installed over 5,000 linear feet of aluminum third rail along the main line, and communication completed Brook Tower move and cut over to Atlantic, and Divide Tower move and cut over to Jamaica Central Control, improving our operational responses. And our structures teams completed the overhaul of 3 car maintenance platforms to support our cleaning and disinfecting program, along with several other projects that strengthened or renewed various structures across the system. And while our customers may never visually see the physical work to fully appreciate it, they will see and reap the benefits of it every day through improved on-time performance and a more comfortable and reliable ride. Last but not least, for positive train control, the finish line is in sight. At the end of October, we activated extended revenue service demonstration on the territory through Jamaica, bringing us to 98% of the 305 route miles on our system currently running in PTC. For the remaining section through Howard, we've completed all the testing necessary, and we're ready to implement ERSD. To ensure there are no service limit impacts, we will implement this once Amtrak finalizes PTC in their territory adjacent to Harold. And I'm pleased to say the work at Harold with Amtrak is progressing and nearing final stages as well. Amtrak executives have committed, and the project team have assured us the highest priority here, and we continue to support them. We've also seen our freight operator, New York Atlantic Railway. They've successfully tested their locos and approved by FRA, and they're ready to operate in PTC. And FRA has issued the acceptance of our safety plan on this Monday, November 16th. So I wanted to say thank you to the dedicated team led by Debbie Chin and their ability to work through COVID. We remain confident that we will be successful and in compliance with the FRA deadline. There are more details and other reports are in the book. While we work hard each day to combat this pandemic, our vigilance must continue both at work and at home. We cannot repeat it enough. Practice good hygiene. Wash your hands, use sanitizer, wear face coverings, and if you're not feeling well, please stay home. These habits are now part of our daily routines. They do save lives, and you never know whose life you're going to save. This reminder is especially important as the holiday season approaches. Please heed the recommendations from our health professionals and the state. These are not normal times and remain very unsettling to many. At a time when gatherings are typically commonplace, it is even more important that we support one another as the pandemic is still very much upon us. I wish for all to find a safe way to connect during the holidays with family and friends. Thank you. And Pat, there are no Long Island Railroad procurements this month, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. Any questions for Phil?
Hey, Pat, it's Kevin.
Kevin?
It's not really a question for Phil, but really congratulations to Phil and Kathy and their team, especially Debbie, and to this board. I mean, the fact that the PTC deadline is going to be met is a huge success story for this organization, for their teams. And it was this board who, remember, hauled in the CEOs of Bombardier and Siemens and told them that this was extremely important. We expected them to live up to their obligations, and because our team was committed to meeting the deadlines, but we needed them to do it too. And I don't think if this board didn't get involved and engaged, they wouldn't have had, Phil and Kathy's teams wouldn't have had the resources to get this job done. So this is a nice success story all around for this board, for Pat, you and your team, for Phil and Kathy's team, and the workers who made this happen. So I think kudos and congratulations to all.
100%. The support of Pat and the board and all of you have been fantastic and made a big difference. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you all very much.
Great. Thank you all. Jano Lieber as the C&D procurement items from the Joint Railroad and Transit Committees. Jano.
C&D has one procurement action being brought through the Joint Railroad Committee this month. The action requests board approval of a competitively solicited public works contract for the rehab of the Reckley Bridge on the LIRR's Long Beach branch to Kiewit Infrastructure Company in the amount of $2.949 million and a 275-day duration. This was an A+B procurement with a schedule as well as cost as the deciding factor. The bridge, which carries rail traffic on the Long Beach branch over the Reynolds Channel and connects service from Island Park to the city of Long Beach, has experienced operational reliability issues in recent years, which are impacting Long Island Railroad operations. Under this contract, the contractor will rehabilitate and upgrade the mechanical and electrical components of the movable bridge to improve operation. I submit this procurement action to the board for approval.
Thank you, Jano. Any questions? I'll move to make the motion to approve these procurements. Do I have a second?
Yeah, Kevin seconds.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Procurement carries. Jano.
C&D has one procurement action brought to the Transit Committee this month. The action requests board ratification of a modification in the mainline track rehab and Clifton Yard switch reconfiguration contract. The contractor is Tracks Unlimited LLC, and the modification is for the replacement of an additional 7,000 plus linear feet of mainline track on the Staten Island Railway in the amount of $11.75 million. The work under this contract is the first of two phases that replaces mainline track on the Staten Island Railway in order to maintain a state of good repair. This modification advances and accelerates the replacement of 7,100 linear feet of the most critical sections of the mainline track from phase 2 of the program. Advancing this work by modification during a period of low ridership permits this critical work to start approximately 18 months earlier than planned, and allows the work to be performed by an experienced contractor that already has a skilled team and equipment mobilized and already in place. I submit this procurement action to the board for approval.
Thank you, Jano. Any questions? I'll make the motion to approve the procurement. Do I have a second?
Second.
Peter, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Procurement carries. Thank you, Jano. Next, Sarah Feinberg will deliver a report from New York City Transit and MTA Bus. Sarah.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, a few updates from Transit, and I'll try to be brief. I wanted to provide an update on COVID at New York City Transit. Unfortunately, we had to begin our meeting today, as others have commented on, by sadly acknowledging the passing of two of our transit colleagues. sadly reminiscent of the first wave earlier this year. But to that end, I wanted to provide an update on the Family Benefits and Family Liaison Program at New York City Transit. Last spring, we formed the Family Liaison Group so that every single family who lost someone to COVID at MTA would have a senior contact at Transit who is in constant touch with them. Our liaisons talk to the families weekly, often daily, often more than once a day. They've escorted them through the paperwork process, pension process, and family benefits process, and their job is to attempt to be everything they can be to these families. They routinely work with families to ensure that they have all the paperwork they need, have signed appropriate documents. They provide assistance with notaries and original documents, and they're generally someone to help the family throughout the grief-stricken process of trying to recover after the death of a loved one. In many cases, they have quite literally grieved with these families, crying along with them while helping them through the process of making necessary arrangements. I wanted to update on the latest on this program. We've now processed 112 family claims and are working with the families on the remaining. Mr. Chairman, I am not an expert at running these programs, obviously, but I have to believe that this has been one of the most efficient and effective programs of its kind that has ever been executed. And given how many of the families continue to wait for other large entities to complete work on their loved ones' behalf, it appears our progress has been quite efficient. So I want to thank Monica Murray, Transit's Chief Administrative Officer and someone who's very well known to this board, for leading this liaison effort and program and managing it from the beginning. She's personally in touch with many of the families herself, and we could not have launched and managed a successful program without her. I also want to thank the larger team of liaisons who have taken this work on top of their other work responsibilities. Their work has been truly admirable, and I commend them. Staying on our workforce for the moment, I also want to highlight for this board a program we kicked off a few months ago in Transit. This is our Hero of the Week program. Each week on Friday morning, we acknowledge one or more of our transit heroes. These are the men and women at New York City Transit who are true heroes. Sometimes they're a hero because they quite literally saved a life or changed a life, acted bravely in a moment of crisis, or just came together as a team to respond to an emergency. This program seeks to remind our workforce, our leadership, and the public that there are everyday heroes among us. Men and women who show up every day in and day out, and by doing their jobs have made this city a much better place to live and travel in these last months. And speaking of heroes, I want to take a moment to personally thank the team that responded to the minor derailment that occurred just outside of the Atlantic Avenue Barclays station several days ago. As this board knows, even when a derailment is minor, it's not really minor considering the damage done to rolling stock, track, and the resulting delays. So I want to thank the team at New York City Transit who responded to the incident, was able to successfully navigate around the incident for the morning rush, and then re-rail the derailed train, remove it, and repair the third rail all in time for the same day's afternoon rush. As always, it's truly an honor to work with these teams. I wanted to provide an update on transparency. As this board knows, we've made a significant and ongoing effort to improve transparency at Transit for the public and for our own employees. Last month, we started posting weekly updates on the number and type of incidents happening in our system each day. We started by posting the number of worker assaults and incidents of worker harassment and the incidents of vandalism that occur in our system. That information can continue to be found at the MTA Safety and Security page. Starting today, I'm pleased to announce that we're also posting mask compliance data in the same location. Again, the MTA Safety and Security page. The mask compliance data consists of the latest data and observations about the number of customers wearing masks and wearing them properly, both in the subway system and on buses. We have been releasing this information previously. As most know, we are consistently in the mid-90s and high 90s in terms of compliance, but sharing this information may continue to help us to reach even higher numbers in an effort to keep our customers and our employees as safe as possible. Finally, on the issue of service reductions, Mr. Chairman, as you know, even contemplating cuts of this size is devastating. As I often remind people, if you come to work at New York City Transit or if you devote your career to transit here or anywhere else, it's never because you want to cut service in any way. One would devote their career to work like this because you want to expand service, provide more service to more people, and provide it in a safe and efficient way. So these cuts are to contemplate these cuts is devastating to our workforce as well. For everyone who works at New York City Transit, who operates a train or cleans a station or a train car, and for every bus operator, these cuts could be devastating. It's incumbent on us, of course, to continue to do more, and of course, I will do everything I can to communicate to Washington, along with this leadership, that we need emergency assistance immediately. I started off this week by doing a town hall meeting with our operations planning team, and one of the things I said to them is that I know that their day-to-day work right now is, I think it's one of them described it, brutal. Every day they're doing the hard work of trying to figure out how, if they're forced to, they would try to use a scalpel to reduce service in a way that we could save dollars, but still try to continue to provide as much service as possible. And at some point, of course, that is impossible. When cuts are being contemplated of this size, because help has not come from Washington, there's no scalpel that's sharp enough to help protect our customers who need us the most and depend upon us the most. I think the reductions discussed today will certainly get a great deal of attention and will hopefully move the needle in terms of getting the attention of those who are contemplating a COVID relief package in Washington. Of course, we're not the only city and system suffering. There are transit agencies all over this country that are suffering as well, and this case has to be made to the members of the United States Senate, from blue states to red states, who all have transit agencies at home as well, and obviously to the incoming Biden administration, who I think absolutely understands our position and the position of other agencies. We look forward to continuing to work with this board in order to assist to get that money. Thank you.
Sarah, I just want to applaud the work that you, Monica Murray, and the team have done with respect to the Family Benefit Program, representing humanity, sensitivity, and expedition. It's incredible work and obviously well-deserved given the losses that have been suffered. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to take questions, but I also wanted to turn it over to Craig Cipriano for some brief remarks as well. But
so questions for Sarah?
Questions first, okay.
Pat, I just wanted to echo your comments. That's great that you and Monica were able to help these families. Anything we can do to help these families goes a long way.
Thank you.
You want to turn it over to Craig?
Yeah, I cannot see Craig. Oh, there he is. I do see Craig. I want to turn it over to Craig Cipriano to make some brief remarks as well.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Chairman. So I'd just like to take a moment to honor two key members of my leadership team who will be retiring at the end of this month and wish them the very best in their next phases of life. Mike Rybosch, Vice President of Transportation, will be leaving after 37 years, and Mike Cosgrove, Vice President of Paratransit, has also chosen to retire after more than 34 years of service. Mike Rybosch began his career as a bus operator and rose through the ranks, eventually providing critical oversight for several key transformational initiatives, impacting depot operations and service delivery. Mike Cosgrove began his career in subways as an engineer. He transitioned to paratransit in 1996 as a contract manager and quickly rose through those ranks. Mike has steered paratransit through a period of extraordinary transformation that was never more evident than this year as he proactively implemented multiple initiatives to improve and ensure the safety of our paratransit customers. On behalf of the buses and the paratransit family, I want to thank both Mikes for their combined 70-plus years of hard work and dedicated service to the MTA, and please join me in wishing them all the best on a very well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
Greg.
Get Andrew.
Yes, I would also like to say something about Mike Rybosch. It has been such a pleasure working with Mike. Whenever I see a bus with the incorrect sign, I immediately call Mike and he calls the bus operator and we get it fixed. And he has just been so on the case over the last few years. It's been such a pleasure working with Mike. It's a well-deserved retirement, and I hope he and his family stay safe. He will be missed.
Yes, Andrew, and thank you.
Thank you for those words, Andrew. Yeah. Commissioner Khaleesi?
And I want to thank Mike Cosgrove for his commitment to people with disabilities and ensuring they get from point A to point B when they need it to. So thank you, Mike, and good luck on your retirement.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sarah.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Mike. The New York City Transit procurement package includes 3 items for an estimated amount of $47.6 million. The first 2 items are for replacement parts used by the Division of Car Equipment for scheduled maintenance systems and normal maintenance of subway cars in the New York City Transit fleet. The first is an omnibus approval request for the purchase of door operator parts, monitoring and diagnostic parts, and HVAC parts obtainable only from Vaporstone Rail Systems, a division of Wabtec Corporation, and the estimated amount of $22 million for a 3-year period. This approval covers only those sole source items from Vapor that exceed $1 million, they exceed the $1 million requiring board approval. The second is an award of a 5-year parts pricing agreement contract for sole source replacement air brake, door operator, and HVAC parts to Westcoat Incorporated in the estimated total amount of $8 million for 5 years. The final item is the award for a 4-year non-competitive miscellaneous service contract to Clever Devices for the continued provision of software maintenance and support services related to the Intelligent Vehicle Network System in the estimated total amount of $17.6 million. Clever Devices is the manufacturer of the IVN hardware and software and does not have any authorized agents. The IVN system controls high-temperature engine exhaust regeneration, provides automated public service announcements, collects and uploads performance data from key systems on the bus, is an open platform for use of third-party applications, and is interconnected with key essential systems such as the new bus radio and new fare payment systems. I submit these procurements for board approval.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah on these procurements?
No, Pat, it's Kevin. I'm fine with the first two. I need to abstain on the final item as Clever Devices is a board member of the LIA.
Got it. Thank you, Kevin. I'll make the motion to approve the procurements. Do I have a second?
A second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed or abstaining? Commissioner Law abstaining on the third one with respect to Clever Devices. Any other noes or abstentions? Thank you. The procurements carry. Thank you, Sarah. Let's hear from Bridges and Tunnels. Danny, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by recognizing the life-saving efforts of 4 Bridge and Tunnel employees. On the night of Tuesday, November 10th, the Throgs Neck Bridge Sergeant John Trablesy contacted the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge desk regarding a potential suicide jumper, a male teenager whose father is a Bridge and Tunnel maintenance employee. The father provided critical details to the sergeant about his son's intentions. Guided by this information, responding officers from the RFK Bridge and the Bridge and Tunnel Special Operation Division immediately mobilized to search the bridge. In little more than a half an hour, RFK Lieutenant Thomas Shaw spotted a young man on the Queens Span pedestrian walkway who met the description. When the young man attempted to flee, he was stopped by Lieutenant Shaw, Lieutenant Dennis Palazzola, and Sergeant Anthony Volpe, with our partners in the NYPD Emergency Service Unit providing assistance. Father and son are reunited at the scene, and our employee's son is getting the care that he needs. The officers involved prevented a tragedy within the B&T family. It's the type of heroic action we've come to expect from Bridge and Tunnel employees, regardless of who is in distress. They have my deep gratitude, and they'll be recognized with formal commendations. I'm also pleased to report a new tool to help our customers manage their payment of their toll bills in these difficult times. The Tolls New York smartphone app was launched in June. MTA Bridges and Tunnels initiated the mobile app and developed it in coordination with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey and the New York State Thruway. It provides a one-stop shop for all New York region motorists. Customers can manage their Easy Pass accounts, pay their toll bills, view toll and payment history, and more. Since its launch, more than 260,000 people have installed it on their devices, and it generates a 4.8 out of 5 customer rating with more than 7,500 reviews on the App Store. The app is free and available through Google Play and the App Store. Just a quick mention, coming next month, as announced in an MTA press release last week, Bridges and Tunnels will start split tolling at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge on December 1st in accordance with federal law. The one-way Staten Island bound toll will now be split and collected in both the Staten Island bound and Brooklyn bound directions. Finally, while still below pre-COVID-19 levels, preliminary traffic figures for October at MTA Bridges and Tunnels is approximately at 87% when compared to the same period last year. Thanks again to our employees. Continue to keep themselves and our customers as safe as possible. And I wish everyone, more than ever, a safe and happy Thanksgiving. Mr. Chairman, there are no Bridge and Tunnel board procurements this month, and this concludes my report.
Thank you, Danny. There's no higher public service than saving a life, and we all applaud the work of your team in saving that young man's life. That is extraordinary. Thank you. Any questions for Danny?
Congratulations to your team.
Thank you, Commissioner Mack. Let's turn now to the Finance Committee. Pat McCoy will introduce the Finance Committee action item. Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance Committee has one action item for board approval. Board approval is being sought for the attached, and this information, by the way, is in the exhibit book on Director's desk. One, the payroll mobility tax obligation resolution and annexes, collectively the MTA PMT resolution. Two, the PMT supplemental resolution that provides for the issuance of up to $2,907,280,000 of senior lien or second lien obligations to finance the COVID-19 lost revenues and increased costs as authorized by the MTA Act. Three, MTA PMT bond anticipation note supplemental resolution that provides for the issuance of up to $2,907,280,000 of bond anticipation notes that can be sold in anticipation of the issuance of MTA PMT bonds and MTA PMT refunding obligations, including the sale of such MTA PMT bands to the Municipal Liquidity Facility, LLC, or what we've referred to as the MLF. Four, MTA PMT refunding obligations supplemental resolution that provides for the issuance at any time of refunding obligations to refund, refinance, or restructure outstanding MTA PMT bands and MTA PMT bonds. I submit this item for board approval.
Thank you, Pat. Obviously, this resolution is required to facilitate a transaction with the Municipal Liquidity Facility. Any questions? I'll make a motion to approve the procurement. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. This action carries. I'll turn it over to Chief Procurement Officer Kavesh Iyer for the procurement package. Kavesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MTA Headquarters has one competitive procurement action totaling $187,300,000. It is a modification to a contract with Aetna Life Insurance Company to exercise an option to extend the contract for 1 year to continue the medical benefits program for New York City Transit, MTA Bus Company, and Staten Island Railway for certain represented employees, retirees, and their dependents. On a separate note, included as an information item to the board is a description of actions awarded pursuant to Executive Order 202. There are no non-competitive actions nor ratifications proposed this month. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kavesh. Any questions for Kavesh on these? I'll make a motion to approve the procurement. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? I'll note that Commissioner Lacewell is recusing. Anyone else? All right, good. Thank you. The procurement carries. I'll turn to David Florio to please introduce the real estate items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real estate has 7 action items for consideration and approval. The Long Island Railroad has 3 action items. The first item is a license with Creative Arts Space for Kids for retail space located under our viaduct in Lynbrook. The second item is a subdivision exchange of Long Island Railroad property interests located at 161 2nd Street in Mineola with Le Lazarian property interests located at 85 Willis Avenue in Mineola is to facilitate the construction of a new commuter parking garage. The last item is an amendment to the master lease with Renata Realty and related agreements in connection with the retail concourse at Penn Station. New York City Transit has 1 action item. It is a license with Ruchita Patel for a travel convenience retail operation in the Steinway Street station along the Queens Boulevard line in Queens. The MTA has 2 action items. The first item is an amendment of the lease with Rosen's Cafe for its cafe in the lobby here at 2 Broadway. The second item is also an amendment to the license with Camlish Incorporated for its convenience retail store also at 2 Broadway. And lastly, Metro-North has 1 action item. It is an amendment of the lease with Stazione PKSL for a restaurant in the Peekskill Station. There are, in addition, Mr. Chairman, 2 information items, and we're happy to answer any questions regarding any of the foregoing.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David? Thank you. I'll make the motion to approve the real estate items. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? The real estate items carry. I'll now make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second? Second, all in favor? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for your time and for the discussion today. We're adjourned. Good. Thanks for joining us. Look, today's discussion was of the grimmest potential budget in the more than 100-year history of the MTA and its predecessors. This is the greatest financial calamity the MTA has ever faced. From a ridership and a revenue point of view, orders of magnitude worse than the Great Depression on subways, buses, Metro-North, and Long Island Railroad. And all of the options that we discussed today are grim and have significant downsides, and contain actions that no one at the MTA wants to pursue in terms of reducing service, laying colleagues off, or borrowing billions and billions and billions of dollars just to pay operating expense, which violates one of the fundamental principles of debt management, which is that you borrow long-term for long-lived, in the infrastructure business, for long-lived assets. But unfortunately, that's the situation that we face, and we're trying to face reality. We had a good discussion with our board today, and with that, I'll take your questions.
And the first one, Pat's going to be from Marcia Kramer, WCBS-TV, CBS2. Marcia, unmute and fire away.
Oh, actually, I have two questions, Pat. The first one has to do with the service cuts and the layoffs that you're talking about. John Samuelson said that you should either borrow your way out or seek new tax revenue as a way to head that off. So that the question is are those options viable, number one? And my second question has to do with the proposed fare and toll hikes. And it seems the members of the board feel that there shouldn't be fare hikes for people who normally take the subway. It should just be for people who use it either off-peak or on weekends. I wonder what your feelings are about both of those two things.
Look, Marcia, on the first question, we're faced at every turn with grim alternatives because of the depth of the financial collapse that's occurred in our revenues, both the revenues we get from our customers, fares and tolls, and subsidies from various economically sensitive or transactional subsidies and payment streams that have been put in place over a period of decades by the state legislature. There are no good alternatives. Borrowing has a place, and we're going to go to we're going to take advantage of by accessing the municipal liquidity facility by the end of the year. That facility, unless the federal government changes the legislation, will lapse at the end of the year. It has been helpful to us before. But as Bob Foran pointed out, we face years and years of billion-dollar deficits, which is on top of a structural deficit which has increased, which is likely to increase as a result, even as we come out of the pandemic. So that is not an option that can cover the deficits that we face in 2021 and beyond. There's a limit to what we can do. There's a limit to how much the debt market will provide, and we have no issues with market access, but are concerned if we continually go back and increase the MTA's already high debt levels. From the point of view of new revenue sources, look, we have worked closely with our union colleagues at the local level and the international level, including John Samuelson and his colleagues at SMART and ACRE and the TCU and A2U and other unions, and we've worked closely with the business community and the real estate community and advocates, succeeded getting CARES funding, have not been able to get HEROES past the Senate. and that's not, the New York congressional delegation has been unbelievably supportive, as has Minority Leader Schumer and Speaker Pelosi and Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, et cetera, and it's being held up by the Senate Republicans. And the outcome of the political fight for control of the U.S. Senate, will be determined by voters in Georgia the first week of January. From the point of view of new revenues, we're agnostic as to new revenues. We want new, reliable, and sustainable revenue sources. We haven't included them in the budget because it would be imprudent to do so because we don't have any assurance of that. But the spirit of cooperation and collaboration that we've had from the beginning, first days of the pandemic in terms of getting federal funding, that should continue, must continue, and that level of collaboration has been quite important, as has support from the business and real estate and advocacy communities. Your second question, Marcia, was?
My second question had to do with the or that they didn't want to put new fare hikes on people.
Sorry. Look, in a pandemic and in the economic situation, we don't want to increase tolls and fares on anybody. Unfortunately, the financial plan includes a 4% increase over the 2-year period, so 2% a year below the rate of inflation. I think the instinct to charge others other than regular customers is a sound one, but let's be realistic about it. For instance, New York City and Company reported the other day that in 2019 there were 66 or 67 million tourists and visitors to New York. A lot of them rode subways and buses, and that they expect in 2020 the number is going to be a third of that, and they're not going to get back to 2019 levels until 2025. The point being, there are a lot fewer customers coming to New York that extra increase could be applied to. And frankly, as I travel on the Long Island Railroad and on subways, it seems to me that people traveling on the subways and Long Island Railroad, and I believe the same is true of Metro North and our bus customers, are essential employees, first responders, and people going to work. And there's no Yankee Stadium to go to, there's no Citi Field to go to, museum. Attendance is limited by the COVID rules. So I just think we have to be realistic about that approach.
And we swing over to David Meyer of the New York Post. David.
Hi, Pat. Good to see you. Along those lines, I'm wondering, some of your board members today pointed out that simple economics would suggest that increasing fares would have a negative impact on ridership. I'm wondering what you would say to New York's working people, essential workers, who are already struggling through the country's most devastating economic crisis and now face a fare and toll increase in the coming months.
Well, look, the reason that we increase tolls and fares every 2 years is to provide customer service and to be able to deliver service. We are acutely aware that lots of our customers and our neighbors in New York City and the New York region are suffering. On the other hand, we have hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue from the toll increase, from the proposed toll and fare increases that are baked into our financial plan, and taking them out would further increase the hole. The other thing is, as you go through the toll and fare package, which, Tim, I think we've posted to the website, you'll see that there are options, for instance, to maintain the base fare on subways, which is a positive thing. It's an option that I have a lot of interest in. I know that other of my colleagues on the board do as well. I think it'll be interesting to see what the public's reaction, and frankly, there's a flat fare option on the commuter rails as well. So I don't agree, David, with the premise of the question, because I think there are scenarios in which the base fare is maintained and the, taking hundreds of millions of dollars out isn't in the long term or frankly in the intermediate term for that matter, going to benefit our customers in terms of providing better service.
And moving on to Michelle Kasky of Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hi, thanks for the presser. These proposed cuts, the proposed in-service, proposed layoffs, proposed fare hikes, what does this mean for New York City's economic recovery? How do you encourage more people to come back and work in their offices, to encourage people to be out shopping in retail, going to restaurants, if it's just going to become more expensive to use the system, more cumbersome to use the system, take longer to use the system, and just be less reliant to get around?
So, Michelle, let's start with the fact that these actions, this proposed service reductions and the layoffs, is not no one at the MTA wants to pursue these. So just to be clear. On the other hand, ridership is down dramatically. We're in a not only a pandemic but a fiscal financial tsunami faces the MTA. What we're doing is something that we are going to have to do no matter what the outcome is, which is to right-size the organization and the level of service. Right now, we're providing more service than the current level of ridership demands. As Bob Foran pointed out today, we do assume that ridership will increase, although if McKinsey is right, and they've been pretty close on the analysis that they've done for the MTA, in the last 6-9 months, ridership will increase, and the expectation is that as needed, we would increase service from the levels that have been cut, but that's not going to happen instantly and immediately. No one wants to increase fares, as I just said, in the current environment, given the fact that so many New Yorkers are suffering financially, but depriving the MTA of those revenues is not going to be helpful to the system or those those customers. And obviously, the work of the Rudin Center, the important report they issued, also spoke about the effect on the regional economy if we had to make these cuts. 450,000 jobs in the region would disappear, about 400,000 of those in New York City, and $65 billion of economic activity. Those are terrible numbers and terrible results.
And just if I may, one quick question about congestion pricing with a Biden administration beginning in January. Doesn't that give you hope that you could incorporate revenue from congestion pricing in your 2021 budget?
2021, probably not. I think it's clear that we believe, we are hopeful that the Biden administration will take a different view on the processing of congestion pricing, central business district tolling. Obviously, the new administration is not going to be in place until the January 20th, and then obviously staff has to be put in place. But we're very hopeful and believe that the new administration will have a far more enlightened view on the processing of an application that's been sitting in Washington for nearly over 18 months, 19 months.
And the next question is from Danielle Moyo of Politico. Danielle.
Hi, Chair Foy. It's a two-part question. I was hoping you could speak a little bit more to the savings actually the MTA did achieve in managing to pare down its deficit next year to $3 billion. So I guess first, how noteworthy is that? Was that something that came as not a surprise, but I guess a welcome, optimistic change of events? And from there, are you rethinking maybe your ask to the federal government for aid based on those savings, just because you've acknowledged that obviously the Senate makeup poses challenges, maybe just trying to target the ask more for next year and go from there?
Well, look, we have, for the last several years, thanks to the work of the agency presidents and Bob Foran and his team, have taken, $2.2 billion of expense out. Page 15 of the slides suggests we're going to take an additional $600 million out in 3 categories, and we've added a fourth, which we've not included in here except to the extent of about $60 million, which is we're going to reduce overtime spending in 2021 by $213 million, consulting contracts by 118, and non-personnel expense reductions by 270. On top of that, Kuvesh Iyer, who's our chief procurement officer, who's done a terrific job on this, believes that he can cut, and Bob Foran and I gave him a challenge, in that we can cut an additional $150 million out of operating procurements during 2021, and Kuvesh is focused on a multi-year plan. That's important because it shrinks the deficit. Obviously, it doesn't solve the problem, point A, but point B, it's important to us when we go and talk to lenders, bond buyers, but also elected officials, that the MTA is engaged in self-help and doing everything it can from a business point of view to reduce the deficit and the amount that has to be provided by federal funding.
And from there, has that changed your thinking of, how much federal aid that you're asking for, considering the challenges with Senate Republicans still being in control now that you have managed to make some significant savings?
Well, so we're proud of the 2.2, Danielle, that we've taken out, and we're proud of the $600 million plus that we will remove in 2021. Obviously, it's clear that while those numbers are substantial, that they're not going to fill the deficit, and they're not going to put us in a situation where we don't need billions and billions of dollars, 12 billion specifically, of federal funding. And we're going to do everything we can from a self-help point of view, but it does not change the dynamic, the direction, or the magnitude of the ask that we have of the federal government.
And from Danielle to Dan Rivoli of New York One. Dan.
Hi, good afternoon. I have 2 questions. The first one, John Samuelson had said he's against reopening contracts. Fine. In the last contract negotiation, there were these, I believe the MTA's phrase was productivity committees. Have they ever met? And do you plan to empanel or reach out to your labor partners to start productivity conversations so that every dollar saved is $1 less, you don't have to cut service? And my second question is, I wanted to get your opinion on the talks of the so-called death spiral.
So let's just stop on that one. First, we don't discuss in public discussions, negotiations with labor partners. So we don't do that. Obviously, the pandemic, which started in March and is still with us, has affected lots of things. I don't know how many times those productivity groups have met, especially since the pandemic, and especially since in-person meetings, have been difficult, obviously, for the fact that I'm facing a group of folks on a video screen, many of them wearing masks, which tells you the situation that we're in. But we're committed wherever we can. I mentioned the $2.2 billion and the $600 million in 2021. To get productivity. Sarah Feinberg has been focused on that as well, and we are cutting costs everywhere we can and trying to be as efficient as possible and wring the maximum value out of every dollar.
Well, I still have my second question, but my first one was not about what your negotiations were, just whether you're even having them or plan to have them, and if you've asked them. I just want to know the existence of it. But to my second question, can you please talk about your theory about the phrase death spiral, where you cut so much, people flee the system, and how do you expect to increase service when ridership is expected to concern? Will you have the actual manpower and expertise? Because you can't just hire a train conductor or a signal maintainer. They have to go through training. So if you make these layoffs, how do you make sure you can add service when it's needed.
So Dan, unlike prior situations in which, for instance, there was underinvestment for a significant period of time, whether that was in the 50s or the 60s and 70s, and people fled the system, in this, once in 100-year pandemic, people left the system because of a virus. And as a matter of fact, if you go back to January, in January, the MTA was expecting a surplus of $80 million or so, 82, I think is my recollection, a number like that. There had been increased ridership on subways and buses. There was increased ridership on Metro North and Long Island Railroad. They were either at or near all-time highs. On-time performance had increased on the subways month after month after month. And we had a $51.5 billion capital plan. So people left the system because of the virus, because of the shutdown, because their offices were closed, et cetera. One. Two, we continue to run the level of service on subways and buses and the two commuter rails, which is significantly above the ridership that we have now. Those riders didn't leave because of the cost of tickets or because of their dissatisfaction with the service. It was pandemic related. With respect to the workforce, obviously we're reliant on the workforce. They performed heroically throughout at each of the agencies throughout the pandemic. We are unbelievably respectful of the training and skills that they have. I believe that MTA employment is a choice job in any kind of situation, but especially an economically challenged one, given the pay, the benefits, the pension, the health care, et cetera. Those are all well earned and well deserved. But we will do everything we can to minimize the impact on the workforce, and that's an issue that the agency presidents, each of them, is focused on daily.
The next question is from Paul Berger of the Wall Street Journal. Paul.
Hi, Pat. Just a couple of quick questions. Number one, why should the federal government give you $12 billion, which is what you keep asking for, when the deficit for next year is just $3 billion?
Well, because next year is followed by the year after, and the year after that, and the year after that, and if you add them all up, as Bob did, it gets you to $12 billion.
But those are just projections, right? And we have no idea what will happen in those.
So that's an excellent point, and let me tell you the way the CARES funding would work, and it seems like a sensible approach. But the federal government, if we're lucky enough to be in a situation in which they do pass a HEROES Act or whatever it's called, the first time we got $3.9 billion on CARES. We were the first transit agency to exhaust it. That happened around July 4th. And I will say that the FTA, which is charged with responsibility for allocating and providing the funding, we developed a pattern and a rhythm where on a regular basis we would say that our ridership in the month of March on the subways was going to be X. It was 50% of X. Here's the proof. Same on buses, same on Metro North, and same on Long Island Railroad. We had to demonstrate it and document it. We did that. The FTA was professional and handled it expeditiously. We're not looking for a blank check. We didn't get a blank check on the CARES funding. We don't expect a blank check on whatever federal relief is passed, hopefully. In 2021, and we will demonstrate before we get the money that our revenues are lower than expected, than we had budgeted, and here's the data, or our costs are higher because of COVID-related disinfecting, et cetera. That's the answer.
Okay, thank you. And then other question is totally different. Like, I feel like we were talking today about two different kinds of cuts. There are the cuts that might have to be implemented because of budgetary problems, but then, Bob was talking about these really interesting projections showing that through the mid-2020s, ridership isn't going to recover to pre-pandemic levels. So Could I just get a bit of clarity? Is Bob basically saying that the MTA might have to reduce service across the board based on the new normal, which is people working from home more often, shopping online more often, and perhaps tourism numbers remaining low for the foreseeable future?
Well, look, let me take a shot at it. There's clearly in the pandemic many people working from home and working remotely who did not do so in the past. As I understand the data prior to the pandemic, something like 3.5% of the population work remotely, and that number I think is directionally right. Obviously, that's been changed by the pandemic. The estimates for return to work in Manhattan and other business centers around the country have been extended, and there will clearly be, when in the period when there are vaccines and the pandemic has largely run its course, some number of people who will change their behavior. In some cases, they're going to change their mode of transportation, and instead of taking public transit, they may drive, they may walk, they may take a bike. Some of them will work from home who didn't do that before, and the question is how many. And McKinsey has, applied its intellectual horsepower and systems, and given us an estimate of that. But it will clearly be something, and it will affect ridership on every transit agency in the United States and around the world.
Next question is from Clayton Gusa of the Daily News. Clayton.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Clayton.
Okay, I have two questions. The first one, Pat, you are a well-regarded public policy official in some circles. Do you personally, so I think your opinion matters on this, do you personally support an increase on gasoline tax and stock transfer tax in New York State as a dedicated revenue source for the MTA?
So I appreciate that in some and undoubtedly small circles and maybe shrinking circles. Look, these are decisions above my pay grade, and I'll just speak in general. So the stock transfer tax in New Jersey, right, just based on press articles is, the governor of Texas was quoted as saying that he was going to take advantage of the proposed tax transfer and see whether he could entice NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange and other firms from New Jersey, where a lot of them have located because of fiber optic and other things, proximity to the stock exchange and other data centers. I don't have the breadth of data and experience on that as to whether that would end up hurting or helping New York State, or more pertinently, helping or hurting the MTA and our customers. So I'm not going to express a view on that. If the state legislature and the governor were to advance a revenue proposal and it was positive from the point of view of MTA funding, I'm going to embrace every one of those. But to opine on something that I don't know what the proposal is on, stock transfer taxes, what the consequences are to our customers, what the consequences are to MTA finances. So for that small circle of people, I don't want to disappoint them.
Okay, and then the follow-up on another note. One sec. Anthony McCord, the Chief Transformation Officer, was brought in to save the MTA a lot of money. I'm not seeing anything in the financial plan that implements any of his proposals. I didn't see Mr. McCord there today. I have two questions on this line. One is, are any of his proposals implemented in the financial plan? And two, when was the last time he showed up to work at 2 Broadway?
So that's not fair. He was here today. He participated in the meeting virtually, as a lot of our colleagues did. Anthony and his team have consolidated the corporate departments. That work is substantially done. It's important work. It saved us money. I believe it has and will make us an even more effective agency, and that work continues. Second is the 2,700 jobs that attrited. Transformation has been focused on locking down those positions, putting systems and checks in place that those positions can't be rehired, because that was the deal with the agency presidents. And there are a number of cost-cutting and efficiency matters, some of them coming out of Alex Partners and many of them coming out of transformation that Anthony and his team are working on.
And we go on to Christina Goldbaum of the New York Times. Christina.
Hi, Pat. I have two questions. I'm sorry if either have already been asked. I was on a call for part of this press conference. But first, can you tell me, if the MTA gets, let's say, $5 or $6 billion in federal aid next year, so something short of $12 billion, then what would happen in terms of the cuts that you talked about today?
Well, look, we'd be $5 or $6 billion to the good. It would take off near-term pressure. I'm not going to talk about a hypothetical, but if that were to happen, for instance, Christina, at the beginning of 2021, I think everything is on the table. If we were to get funding like that, we would have to look at everything that's on the table and make a decision as to whether service reductions at that level were still required, whether layoffs at that level were still required. And a $5 or $6 billion infusion, while it's well short of the $12 billion that we're asking for, I think would be very good news for our customers, for the MTA, and for our employees. And let me say this: in every scenario, whether we get $12 billion from the federal government or the 5 or 6 that you just postulated, or a far lower amount, we're going to do everything we can every day to avoid making service cuts that we've described and laying off colleagues.
Okay, and related, if part of reducing service is also just about right-sizing service, given how low ridership is, and also that ridership isn't expected to come back for years, is it then fair to say that some of these cuts will be inevitable, just for that reason alone?
Well, look, I don't know whether inevitable, but the right thing for us to do is, given levels of ridership, is to adjust the service to ridership, taking into account, of course, other considerations: customer service, customer convenience, social distancing, which is not something that we've promised our customers to, but we will, wherever we can, endeavor to provide it. All those factors would be taken into account. There also may be service added, in one bus line or one subway line or one commuter rail branch and not another. So it's not a one size fits all, Christina.
We're going to head east to Alfonso Castillo at Newsday, the home of the Great Long Island Railroad. Alfonso, you're up.
Hi, Pat. Thanks for doing this. As always, two questions. First, just quickly to clarify, the presentation that Bob Foran gave spoke about the potential for full or partial suspension of service on both weekdays and weekends on the Long Island Railroad. Again, just to clarify, does that mean specific branches, or is there a scenario where the railroad would shut down completely on some weekdays and weekends?
No, I think it's very unlikely that the Long Island Railroad would shut down on a day, whether it's a weekday or a weekend. I think the page in the PowerPoint you're you're referring to, Alfonso, is a particular station, a line, a branch. It's not contemplating a full shutdown, of course.
Okay. I wanted to ask you was about positive train control. We heard that the presidents of Metro North Long Island Railroad talk today about the progress that's made. You are near the finish line. It does look like now, with about 6 weeks left to go, that the MTA is going to make that deadline. So I'd like you to just come to assess how this whole thing has went. There's been all kinds of challenges with cost overruns and delays and contractors. I know some folks were talking about this being a big success, but it didn't come easy. So can you kind of give your assessment of how the PTC experience went and what, if any, lessons there are to be learned?
Well, look, I think there are lots of lessons to be learned. I think some of them are beyond the scope of this press conference, and maybe we ought to have a separate conversation. For instance, I don't think in the first case that the approach, and again, this goes back a long time, the approach that the federal government took to have every railroad by some date apply kind of a stipulated technology as opposed to kind of a goals-based approach. But that's kind of beyond, and I think the industry and the new regulators at the various departments of various branches of US DOT ought to figure that out for whatever PTC 2.0 or 3.0 is, but that's kind of beyond the scope of today. What I would suggest, the lesson for me is that first, the Long Island Railroad and Metro-North delivered. Kudos to Phil Eng, closer to home for you, and kudos to Kathy Rinaldi and their teams at Metro-North. It wasn't easy, but they got it done, and there were challenges along the road, and Debbie Chin and lots of others. I don't want to. I'm not going to mention everybody, but lots of people contributed to that. They ought to be really proud. At the end of the day, they got it done. I think that we have done a kind of a look back. I know that Mario Pelican is going to be looking at the lessons of PTC, and it's an area where he's got substantial expertise, and I think there are lessons that we can apply here. I think again, having everybody go through the revolving door at the same time, I think created leverage on the part of the industry that resulted, I submit, can't prove this, in a less innovation that would have occurred had the federal government done it otherwise, and probably B, and this wasn't the intent, higher costs across the nation than otherwise might have been the case.
And we move on to Streets Blog's Dave Colon, who has traded the sports gear today for some holiday cheer he brings you. Dave.
Yeah, hopefully maybe Santa can bring you guys a bailout. Pat, I'm wondering, Clayton kind of also brought this up, and you said yourself that the MTA is totally agnostic to where their funding comes from. So why in this meeting where we're turning over every rock, we're thinking of every idea, is there not a lobbying effort from the board, any member of the board, or yourself, to ask Andrew Cuomo and New York State's government to have a plan to step in here so that riders aren't the ones who have to suffer enormous cuts that can potentially devastate their entire lives?
Yeah,
I have a follow-up.
So Dave, for various reasons, here's my belief. For various reasons, it makes sense to focus on the federal government first. Working with the labor unions, we got the CARES Act money, and that was incredibly important. And we've been working closely, as I said, with business, real estate advocates, and the labor unions regionally and in Washington to do that. Only the federal government can come to the rescue at the level of funding that we require. If you look at the subsidies that the MTA gets from the state of New York, there is no single subsidy, and hard to imagine a subsidy that's not in place, that could provide funding at $5 or $7 or $10 or $12 or $16 billion. So what we've done is the logical thing. We've gone to the level of government with some degree of success and a lot of frustration most recently where the money is. And as we said, it's a national crisis requiring a national solution. And we've got to go down that road first and focus our energies there, because that's where the money is. And when we get federal funding, which I'm hopeful that we will, and if it doesn't fill the our entire needs as the pandemic rages and ultimately subsides, we'll pursue everything else. But what we've done is we've gone where the money is, and the only level of government in the country, because the state of New York and the city of New York are themselves asking for subsidies, that has the liquidity and solvency to fund us at the levels we need, is the federal government. That's the reality.
And then I had a follow-up, which basically, I know that there's a law that says that the MTA can't declare bankruptcy. If there's anything we've learned over the last few years, the law is fake. So has the MTA considered?
I'm sorry, Dave, I didn't hear the second thing. You said there's a law, and then I didn't
There's
get.
a law against the MTA declaring bankruptcy, but law is fake from what we've learned the last few years. So has the MTA considered doing anything like?
Sorry, someone help me here. The law is fake.
Fake. Law's fake. So is the MTA willing to threaten to declare bankruptcy and spook the municipal bond markets instead of hold riders hostage?
So Dave, the law is not fake, but let me tell you something else that's also not fake. That provision has been built into every bond indenture that the MTA has issued over the last 10 years, longer? Back to 82. That provision is in every bond indenture. That means contract with our bondholders. And hundreds of thousands of bondholders have bought bonds, and they've been assured that they're going to get an interest payment of X, and they're going to get their principal paid in 20 years. And they've also been told, not told, covenant to, agreed, the MTA agreed that the MTA ain't going to file bankruptcy. So fake it ain't.
And on that note, we're moving over to Ben Kabak of 2nd Avenue Sagas, who's been standing by. Ben.
Hey, Dave, Dave, offline, I'd love to know the theory as to why it's fake, but let's save that for another time.
Just to piggyback, I have two questions. Just to piggyback off of Dave's a little bit, could the MTA default on these bond payments? I mean, is the state then responsible for covering the potential obligations to the bondholders?
No, the state is not a guarantor of our debt, and defaulting is not in the cards. It's not something we're going to do, and it's a really bad idea.
Okay. My other question, just regarding congestion pricing, I believe that the names of the Traffic Mobility Review Board have not been announced yet, and that the board has not met. In light of the fact that the feds have slow walked approvals, is there any effort on the New York side to get that board into place so that we can move expeditiously once the approvals come in?
Good question. There's a whole list of actions that we are considering, have to take, and we are looking at anew with the new administration coming in, Ben.
All right, and next is Akash Pasrika of Columbia News Service. We're down to the final two. Akash, you're up.
Hi, Chairman Foy. Thanks for doing this. Two quick questions for you. Polly Trottenberg was appointed to the Biden-Harris transition team, and I'm wondering, have you spoken to her at all since the announcement? If so, what was discussed? And if not, can you talk about what role you hope she'll play as the MTA looks to get more support from the government?
Yeah, so Polly is an extraordinary public service who is admired by a wide circle of people as a great transportation professional. Polly's terrific. I've spoken to her since she was appointed. So has Sarah Feinberg. Not only is she an extraordinary public service, the fact that she's on together with another one of her colleagues from New York, I think is a great thing, and look forward to continued discussions and meetings with Polly, and glad she's there.
And we're going to wrap up the proceedings today with Eric Bascom from the Staten Island Advance. Eric. Just need you to unmute, Eric, and then we'll be able to all hear you. That's great. Thanks.
Sorry about that. Thank you for taking my question. So at past board meetings, the MTA has mentioned the potential elimination of resident discount programs like the one Staten Islanders enjoy on the Verrazano Narrows Bridge as a way of cutting costs. I didn't really hear that mentioned in today's meeting. It wasn't included in any of the documents from my perusal of them. So does that mean that these programs are safe for the time being, or is that something that could still be in jeopardy maybe in the upcoming fare and toll increase proceedings?
So Eric, not to break the suspense, you should look at the toll section of the book, which is on the website.
Okay.
Sorry, not to suggest that they're being eliminated, but the toll section, as a Staten Island journalist, the toll section is going to be of particular interest to you, I suspect.
Yeah, are you talking about from the presentation or in the financial plan book itself?
No, there's a toll and fare book that's on the website, right? Or it will
Rental.
soon be on the website. Forgive me.
Okay.
It'll be
so,
on the website later today.
Right. So from what I understand was said during the fare and toll presentation, at least during the meeting, was that bridge and tunnel resident discounts and carpool plans may be affected by anything else that had been put in place, but they didn't necessarily say whether or not those programs themselves would be in jeopardy.
Yeah, no, that's correct. They're not being eliminated.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and thanks to everybody today. That's it from Lower Manhattan. Have a great afternoon.